How is everybody doing today? Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again. How is everybody doing? It is September 3rd, 2025, and we are loving it. We are loving life. And by loving life, I mean we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die, but it'll be fun. It'll be a cool death. It'll be like the guy standing in the bug hole and holding the nuke to his chest. It'll be a sweet death. Huge preliminary victory in the second biggest city in New England, a Green Party Latina versus January 6th Bucks ticket player and school committee. Our girl organized Palestine and did great. And trans sanctuary protests. Good luck. Mike, did you see China's military parade? Why wouldn't I? Sir Beanword is almost an Order of Romeo. I'm down 20 pounds since starting my workout routine 3 months ago. Sounds like it's working. Sounds like it's working. All right, everybody, welcome on in. So David Pakman is now joining with Ethan Klein. A treasure trade? Come on, Twitch. Don't do a treasure trade fucking 20 minutes into the stream. Are you stupid? Come on. Come the fuck on. Chat, a treasure train is where if we reach level, I don't know, 5, I don't know. If we get level 5, all gifted subs after level 5 will have a 35% discount. 35% discount. So it's September. You might as well upgrade your sub to a multi-month sub and get a discount. That's what I recommend. Nah, it's already here. Okay, great. Well, I don't want to talk about the treasure train yet, so keep boosting it. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, Ethan Klein. David Pakman is pretending to not know what APAC is. David Pakman pretends to not know what APAC is, which is weird because every single time there's an APAC lies smear campaign, he's repeating it. And Ethan Klein is joining in. And I want to just say, chat, there has been a marked increase in collaboration between liberals and fascists. And it's not just at the top. It's up and down the ballot. It's up and down the ballot. It's up and down the political and cultural space. It's not just liberal elite Democrats capitulating to fascism. It is liberals in all walks of life, in media, in corporate America, in the online space. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is total Mike from PA thought vindication. And, you know, it is complete vindication. Did you see the BE tweet where he points out Hutch is making money from progressive victory? Also, one of our own has gone schizophrenic, and his name is Bad Empanada. And, you know, listen, I get it. Like the squirrel. I'll give an example. Z Squirrel goes nuclear against Bernie Sanders. And you know what? Valid. He should be calling it a genocide. It wouldn't take, I mean, the evidence is clear. Like, he might as well just, like, why isn't he doing that? That's like, it's creepy. It's weird. And it's a sign of his allegiance to Israel, to this, and the Zionist project to this day. It's a red flag. It's not good. Now, the reason why I tolerate Bernie Sanders is because the American people love him. He's good on so many other things, and that wouldn't be enough, by the way. The reason why I've not gone as nuclear on Bernie Sanders as she has is because he's promoting pro-Palestinian people. All right. He promoted Zoran. He's going to do a campaign with Zoran he's going to do a stop oligarchy visit with Zoran here. And he is, arguing for a weapons embargo, etc., etc. But goddamn, it is pathetic at this point. And so I understand. And honestly, I condone Z Squirrel for going nuclear on Bernie. And I kind of condone anybody who wants to go nuclear on Bernie. Like, I kind of get it. Like, I do. I get it. Now, the only reason why I'm not doing that is because normies like him. And I recognize the parasocial nature of politics involves people having avatars for certain viewpoints and kind of like liking those the popularity of those people is a sign of the popularity of the ideology, if that makes sense. This is not satisfying. In fact, this sucks. And I think that you should keep yelling at Bernie Sanders until he calls it a genocide. Like, I want him to stop sucking. And it is really disappointing, you know? But that being said, all right. Like if he wants the culture to move on beyond Bernie Sanders, it's moving on. It's moving on. And the reason why I bring this up is because Bad Empanada, I tried, chat. I tried so hard, and it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard to make Bad Empanada an ally of myself and Hassan. I tried really hard. I did everything I could. I was like, we're on the same, like we agree with you completely on almost everything. Like we're on the same side. We have the same enemies. You make good, like we're promoting you. We like your long form content. And it was working. It was working. It was working. And a lot of Hassan's community was flowing towards Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada was growing really fast on YouTube. And we finally had our attack dog. We finally had a creator who could match the energy of the disgusting content slop tubers without being a disgusting content slop tuber himself. I thought I had squared the circle. I thought I had scouted out the right guy, but I was wrong. He's a rabid dog. He's not an attack dog. I've been a Bad Empanada supporter way before Hassan, way before everyone else. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm talking about myself, man. And I mean, I was watching his Jin Yang video years ago. Like I've been supporting him well before Gaza, well before October 7th, well before anything. I've been a Bad Empanada supporter and viewer and subscriber for a really long time. And the thing that really bums me out is he's not doing, oh, chat, the treasure trade, boost it, 5 seconds, come on, boost it, it's 35% off, no, oh yes, trivial solution, you king. Okay, chat, if you want to support the stream, now there's no better time than right now. 35% off 5 gifted subs. It is September, so you could support the treasure train just by resubscribing. You should extend it to a multi-month sub. I really tell you this. If you have the opportunity, you should get a 6-month sub during September. Yes, it costs a little bit more up front, but you get a massive discount. And it also is good for me because it locks in a little bit of assurance that I'm going to have income for a certain period of time. So it's good for, that's why I want you to do it. You get something in return, which is a discounted sub. So you're doing, it's awesome. It goes both ways. So take advantage of that. 59 out of 599 out of 6,000. Yeah, that was before the stream started. We're up to 6,071. 6,070. Actually, I'm doing the meme numbers, chat, because meme numbers work. People really like 420 and 69. All right. Okay, what was I saying? But yes, please consider supporting the stream now. Take advantage of the hype train now. We get more subscribers. We get more bang for your buck. You know, I normally shill 3 hours into the stream, but a treasure train, no, you should gift now. You should gift now. Like if you're gonna gift, please get, like, where the fuck is open presents? Open presents. This is why I hate treasure trains right off the beginning. People aren't awake yet. People aren't awake. Like half the fucking viewers aren't awake yet. Don't add open presents. I was only kidding. Don't do that. But Cheekso, Mike's, don't at anybody who gifts up like that. You're gonna get banned by me. Don't do that. I was just kidding. That was my fault. I should have done that. That's bad take for me. Bad thing to say by me. Anyway, Oilers be sleeping. You hate to see it. Thank you everybody for all the 5 gifties. Okay, so getting back to Bad Empanada. I say all this about Bad Empanada because I still value Bad Empanada, but I feel like fighting with Vowshites and Destiny for so long has made him not able to tell, friend from foe, to have a certain nihilistic attitude toward politics in general, and to have a certain, like, I don't know, edgy internet bro mentality that's fully non-constructive. Basically, a nihilism. And I can't endorse that, man. It's what I've always, it's a lot of people will get burned out in politics. It happens all the time. I mean, honestly, I'm burned out. When I think about organizing, it gives me anxiety to think about having to do so many more hours calling people. And like, I get burned out from that. I get overstimulated by people trying to talk to me and ask me things. I just want to like chill. I get it. You know, I want to live life and spend time with my friends and do silly shit. Okay, I get it. We all get burned out, especially if you are a well-known creator, organizer, whatever. It gets to be a bit much, you know, because people expect you to have a certain type of way of being. It's like, you know, it can become difficult. This is not for me saying it's hard to be, you know, popular or whatever. I'm not even that popular. I'm just laying out how I honestly and truly feel. And there are two ways to deal with this burnout. You could do what I do, which is I try to get those moments of relaxation and repose myself and spend time with friends and family, and then get back into the grind and work through it and try to find pragmatic ways of surviving in this society. Or you could do what I think has happened to Bada Panada. Bada Panada has basically adopted the online political philosophy that means I don't have to do anything. And anybody who disagrees with me is subhuman. That's basically the political philosophy that he has adopted. And the idea of I am going to sit outside these movements, sticking knives in them, and that's going to be my contribution. My contribution is going to be perpetually lefter than thou, perpetually destructive, perpetually critical, never constructive, and this is the worst part, destructive and critical in a lazy way. Not in a way that's thoughtful, but in a lazy way. A way where you can paint 350 million Americans with the broad brush of first worlder who deserves to die. Like, this is childish shit. Where you say, oh, if you're a trans person or a black person in the first world, you deserve to die and your oppression isn't real. A person who basically is perfectly comfortable with bigotry as long as bigotry is being inflicted on, quote, first worlders. And he himself is an Australian. And this is what bothers me the most about Bada Panada. It isn't that he's criticizing me. It isn't that he's criticizing Hassan. Actually, as long as it's substantive and based on an argument, I appreciate that kind of criticism. As long as it values me as a person and treats me in a comradely fashion, I like having discussions. I like thinking more deeply. I like having my positions and my ideas refined and sharpened. That's what anybody who's normal thinks. Unfortunately, Bada Panada does not feel the same way. If you criticize him, then you are in the bad person camp, and he could do anything that happens to you is now legitimate. And I'm just going to talk about Bada Panada, and I'm going to be completely fucking honest here. Okay? Doing edgy, vulgar third worldism as a white Australian man who lives in Argentina, like, I mean, calling that hypocritical doesn't even begin to explain it. And I will explain it. I'm going to explain why, if Bada Panada believes what he believes, white genocide needs to start right there at address number 1. Okay? He is a man who makes English language content. Who are the primary viewers of English language content on YouTube? Americans. Okay. So you live in Argentina, a Spanish-speaking country, as an expat, white man. You make English language content for Americans, for an American website, YouTube, and Patreon. You make money with American dollars. You're paid in American denominated currency, which means what? You have hard currency. You have the you're getting the advantage of the American financial hegemony. You're taking advantage of the petrodollar. So Argentina, which is under a libertarian extremist melee, is destroying the Argentinian economy, which means everybody in Argentina whose wealth is valued in Argentinian pesos, I think is what they have, right? It's right? Yeah, it's the Argentine peso, excuse me. Like, look at this. So there has been massive inflation of the Argentinian peso. When did you move? Right? So you're being paid to make slop for Americans on an American website in US dollars. And then what happens? You live in Argentina, which you've lived there for over 5 years now, right? And so they've lost 89% of its value in the last 5 years. So hyperinflation. You're getting paid in dollars. So everybody around you, their wages are going down, and you're able to take advantage of the services of you could get land. You probably have a nice apartment. You probably get good services. Groceries are really cheap for you. You get all the advantages of taking advantage of American hegemony as a white man. Now, what are you doing in Argentina politically? Maybe you're a really big figure in the Argentinian left to resist Melee. I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, from where I'm sitting, you're no better than me. In fact, I'm at least paying American workers first world wages. I'm at least paying workers closer to their fair share of the global economy of, than you are spending US dollars on the Argentine peso. So if unlimited genocide on the first world, you're a first worlder. Your income comes from the first world. You don't think that your pay is inflated by global imperialism? You don't think your pay is inflated because you're getting paid in US dollars, making content for American audiences? You don't think your shit is taking advantage of unequal exchange? You are literally the same as all of us. You're a hypocrite. So I don't point out this hypocrisy because I want him to stop making videos. I'm pointing out this hypocrisy because even under his own standards, he doesn't work. He doesn't fit. We should be deplatforming him under his own standards. That's why his standards are unworkable. That's why his standards are stupid. That's why his takes are edgy crap and they do nothing but harm. And the other thing is his analysis is bad. The United States of America is not going to collapse because of Donald Trump. The international institutions that prop up American power are not so fragile that Donald Trump, even as an incompetent boob making bad decisions, can destroy them. I'm sorry, you're wrong. All of Europe, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, they are focused on propping up American power. Our puppet states in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, Israel, they're all dedicated to propping up the United States' power. The United States of America is not going to just collapse and Americans are going to suffer because of Donald Trump. You are in delusional world. What will happen is Donald Trump will start bombing fucking Venezuelan boats like he just did yesterday with wanton impunity. Donald Trump will send hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel to do a genocide and ethnic cleansing. The United States will aggressively fund wars in Ukraine and Taiwan, and we will fund terrorist groups around the world to undermine China's Belt and Road Initiative. We will send spies to undermine every left-wing Latin American movement. We'll destroy Bolivia. We'll destroy Venezuela. We'll destroy Cuba. We will destroy Argentina. Oh my God, I can't pronounce words. We are not going to stop. Donald Trump will just take the mask off to American aggression. You're stupid if you think America's going to collapse because of Donald Trump. Yes, some Americans will suffer. The most marginalized Americans, you're right, Bad and Panada, the trans people, women, black people, immigrants, leftists in America, we will suffer. You're right, man. Congratulations. You're cheering on Nazi victory. And it's not just American leftists, it's leftists all over the world. It's socialists all over the world. That's why internationalism is so important. And that means that we have to build an internationalist left in the first world, which is what I'm trying to do, which is what Hassan is trying to do. That's why we stand with Lula da Silva. That's why we stand with Pedro in Colombia. That's why we have stood with the movement towards socialism in Bolivia, even as it's disintegrated because of various American interventions and leftist infighting. We have stood on the side of the left, international left, for years on our streams. We are not unaware of America's complicity. We are fighting to stop it. We're grabbing every lever and every straw we can. And yeah, it's cringe. And yeah, we've taken a lot of fucking L's. You think building a leftism is easy, motherfucker? And yeah, I'm making mistakes. And yeah, I'm muddling through. I'm trying my best to cobble something together. And the thing is
where women
he thinks of the efforts that Hassan and I are doing are laughable. Who cares if Americans suffer? Who cares if 100 million people in the West have food insecurity? Overwhelmingly minorities. Who gives a shit about those people? They deserve to die because they're arbitrarily within some Western country. I don't know, man. And so if that's and the thing is, Bad and Panada didn't used to be like this. Bad and Panada used to agree with me. Bad and Panada used to say, listen, Bernie Sanders has some bad takes, But if he won, it would be good for the global south. They wouldn't be doing a lava jato against Lula da Silva in Brazil under Bernie. There would probably be more pressure on Israel to treat the Palestinians with fairness. There would probably not be a support for it. Now, Bernie Sanders has let us down by trying to say that what's going on in Israel is just a product of the Israeli right, not Israel itself, which is a laughably stupid point. No, Israel supports this genocide. Israeli supports this genocide. Binationalism, liberal Zionism is a dead philosophy. Mike, could I just say I'm grateful that you stream during the day, morning. I just started a first shift job, and I truly do not know where I would be with that, your perspective and political analysis before I tune into Hassan in the afternoon. Great. And that's what most of the people, by the way, most of the people going like, oh my God, I can't believe you like Mike. Or oh my God, I can't believe you like Hassan. You're being so parasocial. We are just meeting places. We are gathering places of leftists who are living their daily lives. They're not sitting on their computer all day like you are. They actually have jobs. They go to school. They're watching us as their news coverage of the day because they're interested in it. They're working their jobs. They're going to school. They're taking care of their kids. They're living their fucking lives. They're not sitting on the computer all day making YouTube videos. Anyway, I don't know if I'm even making sense. Am I even making sense, chat? Because it's like the Graham guy who's running for Senate in Maine. He made a lot of mistakes in his life. He served in the military. America has an imperialist military. I think a lot of you didn't serve. I know a lot of people who have. And I am also 41. I remember what the propaganda was like right after September 11th. I remember how many people were forced into the military because it's the only way to get social mobility in this country. I'm not saying that it makes the war crimes okay. I'm just saying I know what causes it. Just like when somebody commits crime, somebody goes out and commits a crime because of poverty. I understand that the root cause of the crime is poverty. Similarly, when someone goes and joins the military, I understand the reason why they're joining it isn't because they want to imperialize the third world or what other nonsense. It is the only avenue available for them to advance their life and get out of poverty. I think the issue is the guy went on several military tours. I mean, that's how it works, man. I'm sorry, but I know a lot of you are like 20 years old and you were raised in the post-Bernie, like you became politically aware after Bernie or whatever the fuck. One of Bernie Sanders' best political moments, I'll show you one of Bernie Sanders' best political moments. You guys got to like rein yourself in from the internet brain that you have and start realizing that this is reality.
Because of your support, Senators Cortez, Masta, and Jackie Rosen got involved and straightened out my bills. This is mine. I'm a Navy veteran. I served 20 years. I saved lives. My TRICARE is not acceptable anymore. They took it away. I have Huntington's disease. I'm in stage 4. I can barely take care of myself, and I do not have the energy to fight these people. And I was retroactively reinstated, and I only had to pay the $29.50 a month from when they canceled my insurance without my knowledge.
John, I'm looking at a bill. It says account balance $139,000. How are you going to pay off?
I can't. I'm going to kill myself.
John, stop it. You're not going to kill yourself.
So thank you for rescuing me. And I have this to give you. This. This is my leather flight jacket. I want you to have that. That's my original issue flight jacket and a flight patch.
Well, let me say this. John, I so much appreciate this. I am not going to take it because it's a beautiful jacket. It's a jacket that you earned, and I want you to keep it. But the last time I saw you, I will take that. That I will take. Okay. The last time I saw John, it was not a good circumstance. We had a brief conversation. And I'm so happy that working with your senators in our office, we were able to rectify your situation. Let me just say this, not just to John. As a nation, we can disagree about a war, we can disagree about foreign policy. But when brave people like John put their lives on the line to defend our country, when they come home, they will receive the best quality health care that this country can provide them.
Now, here's the reality. If you are the type of person who is a leftist, who's like the American military is imperialist, you're right. But how do you dismantle that? That's baby shit. That is literally baby shit. And you know that because somebody taught you what imperialism is. You know that because somebody sat down and explained to you dialectical materialism. They explained to you how imperialism is the highest form of capitalism. They explained to you how the United States is the global hegemon. You had to have a lot of things taught to you because you weren't born knowing them, dumb fuck. But a lot of people are born into a society that tells them joining the military is honorable. Joining the military is how people will appreciate you. Joining the military is how you show that you care about your community and you do your duty. A lot of people are taught something completely different. They're programmed something completely different. And so when somebody goes through all of that and then they come home and they realize what I'm doing over there was wrong and those wars were wrong. And how do I know? Because I'm a veteran who did it. When they learn the same things that you were taught through a screen, but then they come home and they dedicate themselves to fighting against it, that makes it more likely that we could stop it, not less. And any movement that says to those people, fuck you, you did this thing, I excommunicate you, that's not leftism. That is lifestyleism. That is interpersonal shit. That is baby shit. It's baby shit. The left is about redemption. The left is fundamentally about people turning away from doing harm and turning toward good. It doesn't erase the harm that's caused. I would never tell an Iraqi person not to hate an American veteran. They deserve that. They have the right to hate us. I'm not saying that you should tolerate the IOF people that are doing genocide. The precondition is that the person condemn the actions of the American state for which they did. That's step one. But the way we fight back is by taking veterans and having them say, ignore the people that call the people who stand against these war cowards or pacifists. They're right. What I did was wrong. If you don't agree with me, you're fundamentally a lifestylist. You're fundamentally a lifestylist and you're not serious. Period. This is a fundamental disagreement. If you don't believe in redemption, you're not on the left. If you don't believe people can switch to our side and stop from doing harm to actively fighting against it, you're not on the left. I mean, you guys, the people that are claiming veterans are so evil, you guys are the same people that are abolitionists. You're like, we should have any prisons. So you think the child molesters, rapists, and murderers who do so in this community should be walking free, but the veterans who come back to this country and fight against the wars should be excommunicated from our movement? Make that make sense. Make that make sense. If you believe in rehabilitative justice, if you believe in abolitionism, and then on the same breath, you're going to be like, oh, I hate all veterans. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not coherent. You have cognitive dissonance, and you might literally be a teenager. You might literally be a 20-year-old who, luckily for you, you're a red diaper baby. Congratulations. I'm glad that we have them now. I'm glad we have red diaper babies now. It's awesome. They didn't exist 10 years ago, okay? I'm glad that millennials who were like Bernie Sanders guys are now having kids, and those kids are now old enough to be typing on Twitter. Has Graham said what he did was wrong? I honestly don't know. Well, that's such a good question. I wonder if there's an answer to that question. I wonder if that, obviously condemning him is super fucking easy, right? But I mean, I wonder if he's ever said anything. It's one of those things where it just boggles the mind. I have the impression that B is looking for the most absurd reasons to label anyone who's not a member of Hamas a liberal Zionist. He focuses mostly on discussing slop dramas, reposting the same videos over and over again to get a gotcha over Ethan. I don't understand how this could actually help the Free Palestine. He doesn't care about the Free Palestine movement. He doesn't give a shit. That's the answer. The U.S. speedruns fucking over vets each generation. They entice with the offer of more than they would get as a worker. They do horrible shit, get shredded physically and mentally, and the system does everything to take it all back like every other entitlement that is not offered to the donor class. It's not right. They don't protect our freedom. They enable the cheap treats everyone to lose their shit over if they couldn't have it. I'm not saying that serving the military is good. I'm talking about building a coherent political movement that actually can win. And if you don't recognize that every single leftist political movement in history had a large cohort of veterans, why do you think the Bolsheviks won in the Soviet Union? It was mutinies. There was a huge naval mutiny. The Soviets made a movie. It's called Battleship Potemkin, about a naval mutiny. They were fighting in the what? Russian Imperial Navy. This is what Graham says about his time as a contractor and in the military. It was then where that whatever cynicism and disillusionment I had once was just thrown into overdrive. Failed strategies, tactics, and policy that could only be called fraud. The theft of American taxpayer dollars just being shoveled into the pockets of private companies. He tells me that what he witnessed really underscored his larger critique that the system of the U.S. serves to extract wealth from working class people, all to give it to a small handful. So that same year, he quit, went back to Maine, and began getting involved into aquaculture. I hung up the guns and I never looked back. Now, a lot of people have said to me or say things like, this guy is a plant. Plant? Why bother? There's 99 fucking senators. How many leftist campaigns are there anyway? There's barely anyone running. They don't need to do plants. We don't have anybody. How many people are announcing their pro-Palestine congressional campaign right now? How many people are announcing their pro-Palestine senatorial campaign? How many people are even running for dog fucking catcher? And this isn't about me saying that this guy is better than Susan Collins or whatever. It's just, there's no need to do a plant. The left is so weak. They don't even need to do plants. They're not doing plants. Okay. The left is weak as fuck. Like, what are we talking about? And I think for a lot of people, he's a plant, but Chuck Schumer is desperate to install a Zionist 77-year-old against him. Chuck Schumer is running around trying to find Zionists, AIPAC, like shills to do it. And let's be completely honest. Americans like the military. They trust the military. 60% of Americans say it has a positive effect, while 36% say the effect is negative. 60% of Democrats view the military positively and 64% of Republicans. Liberal Democrats, 50% positive to 49% negative. 58% of black adults, 53% of Hispanic adults, 64% of white adults, and 60% of Asian adults have a positive view of the military as an institution. Not veterans, but the military itself. If you talk about veterans, I bet you it's 90%. A majority would discourage someone from enlisting. But a majority of Americans would encourage a young person to join the military versus ROTC or a service academy as an officer. 1/3 of those who would discourage enlisting would encourage joining via ROTC or a service academy. This poll sucks. I need a better poll. Hold on. I'm not saying this because I think it's right. Okay. 86% of Americans support veterans having access to the best quality health care. 87% of Americans believe it's important for veterans to have access to medical treatments developed specifically for military-related injuries and experience. 86% of Americans support ensuring veterans have access to the latest research and innovative treatments. The reality is, Americans largely consider being a veteran to be a positive thing. That's why Democrats are so interested in it. But here's the difference between Graham and, say, Alyssa Slotkin. Graham is calling it a genocide. Graham is saying our military-industrial complex is a fucking scam and that he regrets it. I mean, that's the difference. Now, you can hate the guy for being a veteran. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying, what the fuck are we even doing here? By the way, what's more important? I have to ask you a question, chat. What is more important? Are we trying to win something? I want to see Iraqi veterans against the war. I mean, I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about. Friend of the show, Mike Prisoner, who came on my show and Hassan's show. He started Iraqi veterans against the war.
We are here to say to all those serving in the Army and the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy that you have the absolute right to refuse to take part in these criminal wars, and that's a right that all of you should exercise. You have no reason to go put your life on the line and kill and die for profit. We've been to Iraq, we've been to Afghanistan, and we know what these wars are really about. And we joined the military for many reasons. Because we need a college education, because we need a job, because we need health care. And then we joined the military and they tell us that our enemies are poor people in caves in Afghanistan or poor people in the deserts of Iraq. But we've been to those countries, and we know that our enemies are not other poor people abroad. Our enemies are the people that laid us off from our jobs, that denied us health care, that make it impossible to get an education. Our enemies are not in the poorest countries on the planet, but right here in the richest one. The occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan alone are costing over $700 million every single day. This is a crime every single day, while so many of us are hurting. Well, I think all of us here and the vast majority of people in this country would agree that we can spend $700 million a day better than bombing people that we have no reason to bomb. We can spend $700 million a day rebuilding those countries we've destroyed. We can spend $700 million a day caring for the veterans we get home when they get home, and then we can spend $700 million a day giving every single person health care, a college education, a job, and a livelihood, and a home. That's what we need to be spending our money on. But this government is not going to do that. They're not going to use the money in that way. They're not going to end the wars. And they're not going to do it because it's not our government. It's their government. It's the government of the rich. It's the government of Wall Street, of the oil giants, of the defense contractors. It's their government, and the only language that they understand is shutting down business as usual. And that's what we're doing here today, and we're going to continue to do until these wars are over. It's crystal clear now that these wars are going to continue and expand and go into other countries. That is the trend. That is what we know, that there is perpetual war, and it's only going to stop if the people stand up and stop it. And that's what we're going to do, sisters and brothers. A lot of people ask me, what do we do? Because we all know things are bad. We all see the atrocities on TV. We read about it. We experience it. People always ask, what do I do? Because we always want to know what to do. Do we vote? Do we support a politician? Do we join an organization? What do we do? Well, I'll tell you what we do. It's simple. We fight. We fight, and we fight, and we fight, and we shut down our workplaces. We shut down our schools. We shut down the streets. We shut down business as usual, and we fight until we force the people in there to do what the people out here want. Because that's how we're going to get around, and we're going to fight until there's not one more bomb drop, not one more bullet fired, not one more soldier coming home in a wheelchair, not one more family slaughtered, not one more day of U.S. imperialism. Let's fight to make that happen. We can do it today, and in the days ahead, we have to fight to end these wars and create a better world, sisters and brothers.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what I mean. This is good. You know, this is good. Now, I'm not trying to say Graham is on Michael's level, because Michael is the GOAT. All right, he's the fucking GOAT. But what he did say was this. This is what he said on September 1st.
Our taxpayer dollars can build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza. We can take back the wealth that belongs to us, that has been stolen by corrupt politicians and the corporations that bought them. We can use government to usher in a golden age for unions and workers, not double down on gig work and union busting for the benefit of Wall Street and CEOs. And we can have an economy and a government that works for the 99% and not just for the 1%. One that looks out for the most vulnerable, for children, and for the elderly. where we lift each other up, whether we are trying to start businesses or go to college or buying a home, where we empower workers to fight for fair pay and safe conditions, and where we reap the profits of our hard work. To find that path forward, we need only look down on the shoulders of the giants we stand on. The legacy.
And this is what he said about his service. He said, after his fourth tour, he found himself disillusioned with the military. He said there was baseline stress that one might have going through traumatic experiences like war. And then there was the realization on top of that, that I did not believe in the thing I had taken part in. There was the trauma in seeing his friends die or get injured, and all the civilians living in countries they deployed to have their lives upended and destroyed. It was all in service of something that I could not find any value in. And that left me feeling very, very unmoored, he said. And there's two places that guys like this can end up. They can end up in fascist brown shirts joining ICE to stomp on communities, and they're given big bear hugs and $50,000 bonuses. Are you really, really doing politics if you're going to ignore the fact that we have these disillusioned people and what your answer is fuck you? Like, who the fuck are you? And like, this is the reality. Is this guy was honest to God, the typical Mainer. Let's be honest. He was a fucking loser. He went in the military because that was the only thing he could do. The only thing that was given any value. Until finally, later in life, he got an opportunity to form an oyster farm. Let's be completely fucking honest. And this is what really bothers me, man. Is it's like, this is one of those things where I just fundamentally am not an anarchist and I'm not a lifestylist. And I believe in redemption, and I believe in people coming over and changing their mind and joining our side. Like, if you don't agree with that, that's fucking fine. But you and I are not on the same team. And it's okay if we're not. Go stand around with a bunch of we have 30 other people who agree with you, telling each other how right you are, and watch this country fall to fascism because you're not involved in the fight. And yeah, let me just tell you, you haven't read a book. I'm sorry. You just don't know what it means to fight a revolution. How many of you could tell me how Mao won in China? How many of you could tell me about the Cuban Revolution? How many of you could tell me about the Russian Revolution? Like, seriously. How many of you could even tell me any events at all that took place? That's why I have the positions I have, because I've studied those revolutions. Because Che Guevara was a white guy. He was from Argentina. He was a white guy, and he went to Cuba to help the revolution. I guess some people, I mean, honestly, if he was alive today, many of you people would be calling him a white savior. You'd be like, look at this rich white savior going to Cuba, telling black and brown people what they need to hear. Like, that's what you guys would be fucking saying. Let's be honest. You'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe you want militarily trained veterans to be part of your revolution. Why don't we just have nerds with noodle arms? If you can't bench press your body weight, you're not allowed to talk about revolution. If you can't ruck 20 miles with 50 pounds of gear and a rifle, I don't want to hear you talking about revolution. If you can't build an improvised explosive device or build a drone and pilot it, I don't want to hear you talking about revolution. Unless you are trained up, and there are some people I know who are training, who know how to use a rifle, who are in shape. And here's the thing. Does it mean that I want to value? I don't value veteran status, and I don't think it makes you better than anyone. Okay? I want to make that very clear. I'm not valuing veterans. I'm not saying veterans are good. I'm not saying his service was good. But what I am saying is Americans think that. So if you're going to criticize the military, being a veteran gives you extra, as we say, ethos with the American people. Remember, chat, this is a game of persuading people who don't have class consciousness already. If all of your conversations are being had with people who already consider themselves left-wing, you are not doing your job. You are doing masturbatory bullshit. If all the conversations you have are with people that are obsessed with politics, you're not doing your job. Plattner is inconsistent in his story of when he became anti-war. That's my concern. He explained it. He became disillusioned. He came home. He was a fucking loser. He was a bum. He got a job as a bartender. And then he was given an opportunity to join the bodyguards of State Department officials. He did that for 9 months and then he quit because he found it even more disgusting and disheartening. And then he got a job as an oyster farmer, which he's been doing since. And he's been campaigning against it. He joined DSA. He's been left wing ever since. That's his history. The last 8 years, he's been left wing, farming oysters. Maybe for you, that's not long enough. I don't know what's long enough for you. And if you don't trust him, I get it. You don't have to put your effort into a Maine race. If you're not in Maine, you don't have to care. I just explained the Blackwater thing. I just literally explained it 3 fucking times. Are you deaf? He's not a great orator, and that should really workshop his answers with a team, like going out for an interview, but that lack of corporate simplicity is part of his charm. I don't think he's bad. I think he's pretty good. I've seen a lot of politicians in my life, and he's way more charismatic than 99% of them. And part of that is he's a gravelly infantryman. That's part of his charm. That's part of what makes people kind of like interested in him. He's not the same pencil-necked lawyer in a button-down. Like, that's part of what makes people like him. That's part of what makes him noticeable. Now, again, I think that if you disagree with what I've said so far, you really need to start saying it in the chat. Like, I don't want you to be quiet. I want you to explain yourself, because I gotta tell, I'm trying to reach these people, because you need to stop going wherever you're going, because they're making you dumber than dog shit. And if you could please name names of the people telling you this shit, so I could tell you, so I could start like denouncing people who are making you dumber than dog shit. I joined DSA hey Dan, I don't know who Dan is, but I joined DSA a month ago and had an interview with PSL. I'm divided. It would appreciate give 2 quick sets on their differences. DSA is a much more broad organization that is focused on a variety of work. Mostly, like, they have a incredibly diverse range of political tendencies, whereas PSL is more focused around building a party and is a much smaller organization, and it has a lot more. It's a lot more gatekeepy and a lot more. They like, that's the difference. That's the main differences, I would say. DSA is building a party. PSL has launched their party. Literally, Sean, it just came back there. He's not buying Graham thing. Oh boy. Okay. I literally wait. So this guy took clips from the article that I was reading. This guy took segments from the article I read to you guys, where he talked about how he became disillusioned with it and he thought it was wrong and that they were ruining civilians' lives. Like, also, he says this as a 19-year-old. Mostly have a young man's sense of duty and a bit of a call to adventure. I don't think Sean is... I mean, listen, I understand being skeptical of this guy. But if you have just a general orientation towards being anti-veteran, you're pretty much politically toast in this country. And maybe that's what you want. Maybe you're not interested in electoral politics at all, which is fine. Just stop talking about it and maybe start talking about the other things. I agree with Mark. He's very pro-Ukraine war cause, pro-USAID, pretty dev standard internationalist, except for Gaza. You can get a creepy sense Plattner's consultants figured out that starting opposition to Gaza genocide bumps up your rating in dev primaries, but could always be watered down later. I mean, this is just, again, not very specific. This is not very specific. Like, can you give me like what you're talking about here? Like, being pro-USAID. Listen, I personally am anti-USAID. However, there is a lot of USAID programs that save literally millions of lives. So it's a complicated, nuanced take. You can't just call yourself pro-USAID or anti-USAID. It's a lot more nuanced than that. Like, literally, I'm not trying to nuance monger, but for example, PFAR, which provides medication for HIV, literally saves millions of lives. It's probably the most successful foreign aid program in world history, like one of them in world history, saving literally millions of people from dying from AIDS. I don't think it'd be good to cancel that program. If the left is going to ostracize veterans, this whole movement is shot. I mean, as long as the person says that the wars are bad and that there's a Gaza genocide as a bare minimum, that's fine. And say that they're like, this is just like, this is crazy. This is actually like, Like, this is one of those things that makes me want to quit. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the anarchism of the online space is just, I can't take it anymore, man. Like, I'm gonna start having drama with these people because I just can't take it anymore. I can't take the anarchists anymore. Like, I tolerate them so much. I bite my tongue so fucking much, but I can't take it anymore. I can't take the anarchists anymore, man. Like, the wreckers and the anarchists, like, I can't take it anymore. Like, it's legitimately, it's allergic to good takes. Allergic to good takes. Not to be a theory dork, but if you think people can't change, especially after the trauma of being in the military, you're just thinking like a liberal. People are in a dialectical process. Yes, of course. That's exactly the point. Is that people go from being a stupid American who falls for the propaganda, then they experience life. That's me. I was a dumb liberal who fell for the propaganda too. All of us. I was a dumb kid at one point. We went through life and I changed my mind because of that. And then I joined the left. That's all of it. Like, if you are 20 years old and you always were left wing, you're fucking weird. You're the weird one. You're fucking weird. If you were if you were politically interested as a teenager and you were a leftist, you're fucking weird. Now, it doesn't mean it's bad. In fact, I'm jealous. That's awesome that you managed to be in the correct camp as a young kid. But are you fucking serious? And who gives a shit? Leftist revolutionary movements have always accepted military and formerly military members as long as they share the values of the movement. That's exactly correct. I think we're in a situation of such profound political stupidity that I don't even know where to start. I think we're in some sort of like fascist collapse where people are now just in the vapors. They're just like completely unmoored from material reality and they're just floating around in these bubbles. And it's like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Sorry, we have to not listen to Behind the Bastards anymore because that guy's a vet. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to like Che Guevara. He was a veteran. You're not allowed to like the Bolsheviks because there was a lot of veterans of the Russian Empire's military. I better not see you celebrating any kind of revolutionary victory by Mao. Okay, you're not allowed to like Castro, Mao, or so you're not allowed to. Don't like those guys. Che was a white guy. He was a white adventurist. Okay, I better not see you citing the Cuban Revolution. What is the role of the party in general? My impression from DSA was their focus is too narrowly focused on specific electoral issues and skips the building working class power. I'm going to try to be as nice as I can because I'm already triggered, but then you don't know what you're talking about and you didn't spend more than 5 seconds looking at DSA that wasn't through Twitter. DSA has all sorts of programs that are focused on building working class power through organizations like labor unions, literally salting companies to try to form labor unions. They do things like electoral work. They do things like a specific supporting things like strikes or protests that take place in their communities. Like, that's just wrong. They're doing all of it, all of the above. To me, it's frustrating because the ultras are like, we need people who are 1000% socialist that can't have any fault because they need to destroy the Constitution in one foul swoop. It's like they want to skip the whole idea of growing the revolution. Well, they're not doing it. Also, pro-Ukraine war cause. Ukraine was illegally invaded. I don't like the way the United States provoked the invasion. I don't like the way that the United States approached Ukraine from the post-Maidan period onward. But Russia did a fucking illegal invasion. If you believe in humanitarianism, if you believe in international institutions, then Russia has to be held accountable for their illegal aggressive war. There was no Security Council resolution that authorized the invasion. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was an illegal expansionist, irredentist war. Like, you can't be on the side of Russia. What the fuck? It's not wrong to support Ukraine. USAID is a complicated thing. And this, except for Gaza, that's the whole fucking kit and caboodle. What the fuck are you talking about? I've seen under the hood. I know how much money is wasted and where. Send me to Washington. I'll work tirelessly to rebuild the American military. Okay, this is basic politician. What do you expect a politician to say? I'm going to disarm America. I'm going to disarm and replace the American military. Like, come on. This is it. Like, what is this shit? So people are in schizo mode now. People are in full-blown schizo mode. They're just trying to find reason. Okay, basically, I'm going to explain to you what's happening from the perspective of psychology. People are burned out. They have had their cortisol levels at maximum for 2 years because they're looking at an active genocide. They have had they've been betrayed by people that they used to stand for. And now, like a jilted lover, they're trying to find excuses why they should get involved in various political projects that are being undertaken. That's it. That's it. Now, you can criticize this guy. Criticize him away. I think he should be even more anti-war in his presentation. But the problem that he has is that if he's like, oh, the military is you know, if he's like, I regret being a veteran, and I spit on my service and throws, you know, well, now he's complete fucking loser. Like, he can't do that and have his biography. He has to explain himself. Like, it is what it is. Do these anarchist anti-veteran morons know about the poverty draft? Well, they're upper middle class, so they don't care. Their parents pay their rent. So why the fuck, you know, what poverty draft? Who gives a shit? Mike is just doing damage. Okay, horse farm. I gave you too many chances. You're too boring. You're actually too boring at this point. He joined them after the Nisor Square massacre, which was one of their war crimes. He must have known about that since they got such bad PR from it that they had changed their name. Also, 20 years in the U.S. Army. He didn't do 20 years. Being a rapist radicalized me against the patriarchy. So are you claiming that he was doing, like, he did war crimes? Like, you have specific war crimes that he did? People really don't have any analysis at all. People just don't have any analysis at all. This is just vibes. This is joining the military is bad vibes. It doesn't matter what you campaigned for or what you say. I found the fact that you were in the military and you work for the State Department. Now we can let the AIPAC, 77-year-old AIPAC guy win, who supports Israel and the genocide. I don't have to care about this. Okay, you don't have to care about the main race. Let the 77-year-old AIPAC shill take more power. This is why, I mean, fundamentally, I do think this is why we're cooked. Because you're too stupid. Yikes. I don't want to psychoanalyze people. But I think there's a lot of suicidality and depressive personality that's being displayed as politics. The reason why I'm getting quiet is I'm considering how damaging it will be to like try to get rid of these elements out of our spaces. You know, I don't think that this kind of shit, like being, I wonder who's gonna have my back. That's the problem. Like, I think the kind of like platformist period of Mike from PA is over. I'm never gonna platform another anarchist again. I had someone in Hassan's subreddit this morning tell me directly he's cynical of Hassan's ability for him to change the current political system, the current media landscape, and doubles down on the message to stay relevant, which is again baby brain. It's like one of those things where it's one of these situations where I don't really understand. It's not even like a thought. I think what's more distressing for me is this isn't even a thought. Like, you're not even like the people that the anarchists are not even expressing thoughts. They're not even thoughts. They're not even arguments. It's just like, did you know this guy served in Iraq? Yeah, it's the first thing he says about his bio. And then he says it's bad. Then he said it was a war for oil. Then he says it's a war for corporations and the military-industrial complex. And we should bring our troops home and we should spend our money here on healthcare and housing. And we should stop funding the genocide in Gaza. But did you see that he served in Iraq? And it's like, okay, but what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Yes, we know. What are you trying to say? Like, make a point. We should not support this guy. This guy, we should help the 77-year-old AIPAC lobbyist chill win. We should be ambivalent between this. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, say something. Make a second statement. We all know this. What's the second step? It was inconsistent when he became anti-war. Yeah, he has contradictions. He says that post 2018, when he served for 9 months in the State Department bodyguard, he saw just how fully corrupt it was up close and he quit. That's what he says. Was that very late? Yeah, that was very late. A lot later than me. Their imagined revolution is not possible without veteran support, full stop. Most historical revolutions, stalled or not, started with the Navy revolting. I mean, yes, of course. I'm not going to get in the way of people from supporting Plattner, but for me personally, I need more from him, specifically about his time in Blackwater Beyond. I was disillusioned because he joined after all the shit Blackwater was publicly known for doing. Is that an unreasonable ask? I think it was more he went to work for this. I mean, like, I'm not going to even defend. I'm not defending this guy's Like, the U.S. State Department hires people to be bodyguards. That's what it is. That's the State Department shit. They hire these contractors to be bodyguards of State Department employees. It's a fucking grift. It's a program that was set up in the Bush administration, continued in the Obama administration and the Trump administration to provide bodyguards for State Department employees. Because that's it. That's what it is. I'm not even, and the thing is, like, Plattner's not even, I'm not even that excited about him. I'm just like, the arguments are bad. The arguments are bad. This is what it is. This is a story back in 2007 during the Bush administration. Over the past 4 years, the amount of money the State Department pays to private security and law enforcement contractors has soared nearly $4 billion a year from $1 billion. Vast majority of the money goes to companies like DynCorp International and Blackwater to protect diplomats overseas, train foreign police forces, and assisted drug eradication programs. This is basically something that Obama continued. State Department officials say they have tried to increase competition, but few companies are able to operate in war zones. The lack of competition does concern us a great deal, said a senior State Department official who spoke on the condition of anonymity. We want as many companies as possible. The free market and bodyguards for diplomats. All right. My analysis, I'm being quiet because I know how much you do not know. I know how much everyone does not know. I actually have the knowledge. And this is the problem is it's so much of an info dump that I'm actually getting depressed. I am an autistic info dumper, and the lack of knowledge is there's such a chasm between me and the chatters that it's actually making me not even want to do it. It's that much. Where do I even begin? Where do I even begin with the idea that we need to reject all veterans from the left? Where do you even begin? Where do you even begin? The argument about a dialectical process was a pretty good one. Basically, the reality of life is all of us, we are not orbs. We are not perfectly rational beings that arrive at our opinions through a process of study and a thing of contemplation. We pick up values and beliefs and ideas from the institutions that inculcate them into us, including going to like a public school. It is the media that we consume. It is the identities of those around us which are inculcated and spread to us. And in America, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, people are taught that it is honorable to join the military, that it is economically rational to join the military, that you're a good person if you're a veteran, that our country is the good guys. Now, as a leftist, we can now look at all of those things and laugh at them as propaganda and misleading and wrong. But we all had our own process. We all had to, maybe some of you were red diaper babies and you were raised by, socialists. That's not many people in America. Do we know what he did while in Blackwater? The bodyguard program is something I didn't know, but do we know that's what he did? As you most likely know something I don't, as usual. From what I understand, that's what he said he did. Let me find the article where he discusses it. Meet the disillusioned veteran who thinks he could beat Susan Collins in Maine. In 2020, the Democrats were sure they could finally best Susan Collins, notorious for being only concerned about Trump's unconstitutional, illegal, and racist behavior. Optimism was high, particularly after she voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court. Plus, Democrats, who had former Speaker of the State House Sarah Gideon leading the charge, eclipsed Collins' $26.5 million in fundraising with a whopping $68.6 million by Gideon's campaign. But then Collins beat Gideon by nearly 9 points in a state that Joe Biden won by 9, an 18-point margin. Such is a disaster that Graham Plattner, a 40-year-old oysterman and U.S. veteran, thinks he could prevent next year. There is a very tired playbook that Democrats have run for a while where D.C. chooses establishment candidates that they base upon their fundraising capacity, and in 2020, they just got battered, and Susan Collins held the seat. Plattner, who is running for the Senate Democratic nomination to take on the Republican incumbent, tells me. So in my opinion, we need to be doing something else. I mean, clearly that is a failed strategy. Plattner, who announced his campaign early Tuesday, joins a relatively open field of candidates vying to take on the lone blue state Republican senator. There are now 6 declared candidates for the primary set to take place in less than a year, but many higher profile Democrats have opted not to enter the race, which will be pivotal in determining Senate control in 2026. Some of the hesitation comes from the fact that Maine Governor Janet Mills is term limited, so her soon-to-be vacant seat has drawn several high-profile names, including the former Senate President the former House Speaker and the current Secretary of State. Mills herself is a leading possible contender to jump into the Senate race, giving others pause from entering too. But much of the balking has simply come from Collins trouncing in 2020, leaving room for political outsiders like Plattner to lead a different kind of campaign. Can I talk also about the logic of political discourse for a second? The type of people that are talking about politics right now in September of 2025, September of an odd year, Labor Day week, are political freaks. Right around now is the absolute nadir of interest in politics among normal people. I want to be very, very clear on that fact. Right now, regular people do not give a shit about politics. I'll say it again. Right now, normie people do not give a shit about politics. This is the least interested about politics normal people are. Now, I think general interest in politics is a lot higher because of Donald Trump and being a freak than it is in a kind of standard odd year. But this is the low point. So the people that are talking now are not normal. Just on the face of it, they're not. All right, let's keep going. What is the point of living a good life? Born and raised in Maine, Plattner joined the Marines out of high school, mostly out of like a young man's sense of duty, but also a call to adventure. He deployed to Iraq, serving 4 years. Upon returning, he went to Washington, D.C. to attend George Washington University, but he had a lot of friends still deployed, and he felt he was not pulling his weight. So he re-enlisted in the Army, deployed to Afghanistan in 2010 to 2011. Returning in 2011 after his 4th tour, he found himself disillusioned with the military. Plattner says there was baseline stress that one might have gone through, traumatic experiences like war, and then the realization on top of that I did believe in the thing that I had taken part in. There was also the trauma in seeing his friends die or get horribly injured, and all civilians living in the countries that they've deployed to have their lives upended and destroyed. It was all in service of something that I could not find any value in, and that left me feeling very, very unmoored, he says. After his return to DC, he was in and out of college. He picked up bartending and never ended up finishing school. In 2016, he moved back to Maine, where he began gaining support from the Veterans Affairs Department, getting physical and mental therapy. So let's be honest. He was a typical veteran. He was a fucking loser. He had a job as a bartender. He was in and out of school. He had no purpose in life. That's the God's honest truth. He went to war and he came home a broken man with no purpose. He felt a renewed call to service. In 2018, got a job as a security contractor for the State Department in Afghanistan. Now, what exactly he did, we don't know. We'd have to find out more. And I think it's completely normal. Like, if you're a person who's like, Mike, I just want to know more about his time as a contractor in Afghanistan, I completely agree with you. So do I. So if that's the only disagreement, that's fine with me. We should know more about that. It was then whatever cynicism and disillusionment I had once had just thrown into overdrive. Failed strategies, tactics, policy, and what could only be called fraud, the theft of American taxpayer dollars just being shoved in the pockets of private companies. He tells me that what he witnessed really underscored his larger critique that the system of the U.S. serves to extract wealth from working class people, all to give to a small handful. So that same year he quit, went back to Maine, began getting involved in aquaculture. I hung up the guns and I never looked back. I wish I had more of the article, but it's a paywalled. Challenging the establishment, demanding corporations pay for climate change, says the Gaza genocide is the ultimate moral test of our time. I look at this and I see somebody who, I know so many people like this. I know a lot of people like Graham. I do. And it is kind of, I don't know, man. I mean, this answer is like, honestly, as somebody who's pretty much the same age as Graham, I know exactly what he's saying. Thank you much for asking this. It's truly a great question. It's the kind of thing that does make sense to me, but I completely understand why it might not to other people. Look, I was against the war in Iraq, and I did everything I could to try to stop it before it started. That's why I protested George W. Bush. But when the war started, a sense of service drew me to enlist. I had also felt that I would be able to get through it, and I felt in my bones I should go and not make someone else go in my stead. I also felt there was value in trying to be the voice of reason and decency in a deeply unreasonable and indecent place. And finally, if I'm being honest, I wanted to be a soldier since I was 2. I was drawn to military history. I personally had the urge. At 19, I was a young man drawn to an adventure, and serving overseas was the ultimate adventure. I have different feelings on that now than I did then, but at the time, that was one of my reasons. This is what 19-year-olds think. That's what a 19-year-old thinks who's been propagandized. When it's 2003 and 90% of Americans are baying for blood for Iraq, and everybody who protests is getting like, I don't think everybody who's alive now understands what society in America was like. All of the it was a fucking weird time, and I get it. I personally grew up in much the same way as Graham, in the sense that I came from a military family. And to me, it was always inculcated into me that serving the military was something that you did to protect and serve your community. It doesn't matter that it's not true. That's the values that were taught to me. That was the mantra that was instilled in me. That was the brainwashing I was given. And so it took a lot of life experience for me to break out of that programming. If you didn't get that programming, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of you. And it took me a really long time before I was completely broke free of these kind of worldviews and seeing American military for what it is, which is, as Marine General Smedley Butler put it, a gangster for capitalism. How many of you have used the Smedley Butler quotes? I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service, and during that period, I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. I helped make Mexico, and especially Tampico, safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for National City Bank boys to collect revenues in. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of the Brown Brothers in 1902 to 1912. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for the American sugar interests in 1916. I helped make Honduras right for the American fruit companies in 1903. In China in 1927, I helped see to it that Standard Oil went on its way unmolested. Looking back on it, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on 3 continents. Now, this is a contradiction. Smedley Butler, one of the highest American generals, highest ranking American generals. How can you say this, but then also do it? I think that's a lot of a question that a lot of people ask, especially if you're a liberal, especially if fundamentally you are a liberal and you're unread. You ask that. How could you say this, but then also have done it? It's because you're focused on his individual morals. You're focused on Smedley Butler, the man. You're like, how can you live with those contradictions? Because liberalism is about personal expression. And so what you're drawn to is immediately asking about the contradictions in his personality, the contradictions in his apparent beliefs and his actions. And you're like, wow, I can't believe you did a thing that's in contradiction to what you're saying now. That's what a liberal would say. I don't believe you, Smedley Butler, because if that's true, why did you do it? Checkmate. American military isn't actually evil. That's what a liberal would say. A leftist would say he probably didn't think this while he was doing it. He was probably enmeshed in some sort of false consciousness. He wasn't doing things that he thought were wrong at the time, or maybe he was conflicted. And he hadn't formed up his thoughts into a coherent narrative. He hadn't drawn the narrative of his own life. He hadn't understood the processes for which he was serving. And later in life, he could look back on it and he could apply an analysis, a left-wing analysis. And then, because of his experiences, because he is Smedley Butler, Marine General, because he is a guy who served in the military, when he condemns the military, he has more gravitas. He has more, as the Greeks put it, pathos. More people that are not in the military that are looking into his debates and his arguments could say, if there's anybody who would know more than Smedley Butler, let him come forth. Because if Smedley Butler says the military is a fucking racket, nobody else has more medals on his chest. So when he speaks, he carries more credibility. When he stands up and says this is wrong, he has credibility. So as a leftist, you could be obsessed over the personal contradictions of Smedley Butler and say you're a bad person. And yes, what he did, yes, he did this shit. He's a bad person. He's a fucking super war criminal. Or is this a better argument to convert other people that maybe the American military is bad and we should stop funding it the way that we are? Maybe we could take Smedley Butler's quote and use it as propaganda for our side while recognizing the contradictions of Smedley Butler, the personal contradictions. the crimes, the fact that he is still guilty of doing a lot of evil fucking shit. But what makes you a leftist is you understand that Smedley Butler is replaceable. If there wasn't Smedley Butler, there would have been some other general. There would have been some other guy. That's the system that's set up. That's how it operates. That's what it does. Every time we have a whistleblower on this stream, we have this same conversation. Every single time we have a whistleblower on the stream, somebody's like, oh my God, you were in the State Department during the Gaza genocide? I hate you. Fuck you. I'm not listening to you. Meanwhile, that person is like exposing all the crimes to the world, and they have all this credibility because they were there. And people are like, charge the whistleblower with crimes. Every single time it happens. And it's like, motherfucker, the whistleblower is helping us. Trump will put more U.S. soldiers in Poland if they want. Okay. Thanks, man. The superstructure feeds the economic system, which enforces the norms of the superstructure. Breaking out is very... Of course. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't even know what to say anymore because, like, it's just like, it's cringy. It's cringy to read the arguments of these people. I'm not saying I want to reject all veterans or even Plattner. I just want to see more explanation from Plattner, specifically because of the specific of his service. I want his views on Blackwater Stellaris, because he said about it being a money sink. I can look past the military service, but the PMC stuff needs more specific addressing. Am I being unreasonable? No. I already agreed with that. Do people not understand that most people do not want to and do not enjoy reevaluating their entire worldview? Just ripping out your self-identification and throwing it out for a new self is painful. People do things to trick their minds into avoiding this confrontation. Of course. How do I deal with this anti-coalition building attitude? I don't know. I legitimately am at a loss. I'm legitimately at a loss. Now, I do think he should speak more on it, and I want him to be more pointedly anti-PMC. I think that would actually be really... I think it would be a good argument. I think it would actually help his campaign. I think a lot of people would look at that and be like, fuck this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wow, these guys are scamming us, are scamming. Like, that's why we talk about how much money we spend on the Pentagon, chat. Because for normal people, when you say we need Medicare for all, they say we can't afford it. Because they live under capitalist logic. They live under permanent austerity. So when you're like, I want to do something that's going to cost a lot of money, they inherently think, well, the reason why we don't have Medicare for all is because we can't do it. So the first thing, this is talking to normies 101. You have to like convince them, actually, we can't afford it. And one of the things that we could always talk about cutting is the military. So we do anti-imperialism by cutting the military, and then we justify it to the American people by explaining about how much waste is taking place. Now, if you actually understand like modern monetary theory, if you actually understand how the budgets work, if you actually understand America's position as the global reserve currency, if you actually understand these things at a deeper level, you understand that Pentagon cuts are not necessarily needed in order to do Medicare for all. They're just good on their own, and we're justifying them. We're doing a thing that we like, cutting the military, and we're doing it we're justifying the cuts by saying another thing that we like, Medicare for all. We're not saying that the military is good or something. To clarify, because the chatter brought up Sean's critique, Plattner should be open about his PMC work and the harm and shit they do on PMC complex, whatever possible. So true. I agree with that. You know what I know about him, Mike? I know that Susan Collins has done active harm for decades, even if he sucks. He doesn't suck. That's my entire point. He doesn't suck. How many Senate candidates are better than him on the issues? How many Senate candidates are better than him on the issues? Legitimately. I want to know. People are not attacking him for what he's saying about what we should do in the future. They're attacking him based on his biography. They're attacking him because he's a veteran and because he served for less than a year as a State Department contractor. They're not attacking him on his Gaza position. They're not attacking him on his healthcare position. They're not attacking him on his union position. They're attacking him based on his biography. And my question is why? I care about policy over anything. And yes, I think biography could be a reason to be suspicious of somebody. But I don't like attacking someone just on biography. I want you to be showing me why he's bad on policy. And you're doing this kind of identity attack in service of what? What is your goal? I mean, and the thing is, he watches Left Reckoning. He watches Majority Report. When he launched his campaign, he came to our space and aligned himself with us as his primary. Well, like what the fuck? You're literally attacking our own chatters. It's like a chatter of ours is running for fucking office and you guys are trying to get me to attack them. Now, I'm not saying maybe he's not lying. I mean, maybe he is if you can prove it to me. But like, what the fuck? He calls it a genocide in Gaza. He just tweeted it was a Gaza genocide like 2 days ago. I think there is a serious psychosis that's happening on the online left where because they got owned when Bernie ran, they can't ever pretend like they care about a race. Because the moment you start pretending you care about a race, you're going to get your heart broken. And it's very cringe. He posted 21 hours ago. It's not complicated. Not one more taxpayer dollar for genocide. People are being kidnapped in the unmarked vans by mass police. There is a genocide happening in Palestine. Literal billionaires have taken over our government. And all Democratic leadership could do is send us another fundraising text. I really think that Graham likes the Majority Report is why this started, because Bada Padada really doesn't like Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar has been calling it a genocide for years now. What the fuck? That's like kind of suspect. Like, what the fuck? Our taxpayer dollars could build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza. Like,
Tamar Ben-Gvir says we're all going to go to terror prison for longer sentences than previous flotillas, and he's going to turn these boats into a police force for interdiction. Not only is this under sail, it got some sail power, it doesn't have bow thrusters, so it can't even like dock without assistance. Let's go down and see where your valiant police officers will be staying. All right, we're going to go walk down this fucking, god damn it. All right. Got plenty of living space. There's Ed.
Hi.
Hey. Oh, also, in case you guys need to light things, you got these paraffin lamps in case your cops forget their headlamps. So that it's all decked out to run naval interdictions against, like, who? Pirates. And also, we got a little small kitchen making some stuff. What are we having?
We're having a soup with pork sausage.
Wait, we have pork sausage?
Yes.
Where do we get that? See that? It's fancy. It's also not halal at all, so, or kosher. So we just made pork sausage in your police boats. So Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says we're...
I legitimately think, okay, I'm done talking about this. We have 2 hours of just negative vibes. And I think there needs to be an ultra purge in the Hassan community and an anarchy. Like, I'm sorry, but I do think we might need to do that. Because like ultimately we don't have the same project. Like, I want to stop the war in Gaza and the genocide on Palestinians. I don't care if you think I'm the most leftist person in the world. Like, I really don't. Take that bad energy and send it to Pakman and Klein. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Ultras have no project. That's why they're called ultras. Because ultras only exist to critique everything that currently exists. There's a mic there's a very good Parenti speech on this tendency. He specifically talks about the liberal tendency to be like, what about the free speech for the fascists the day after the revolution? And I see the same tendency.
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains, people very poor if they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he said, sí, with all our souls. I remember his gesture, with all our souls. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had...
Oh, that's very parasocial. You're being very parasocial. Could someone tell that rural Cuban peasant who was liberated by the revolution that they're being very parasocial to Fidel Castro? You love him with all your hearts. He doesn't even know you, bro. Oh, now when I criticize Castro, you get up in my mentions. Stop being so parasocial with Castro, Cuban liberated peasant. You're being very parasocial with him. You love him with all your hearts. That's pretty cringe. Let me criticize him on Twitter. Like, anytime I criticize Castro on Twitter, all these parasocial peasants come out of the hills and they start saying how much they love him with all the soul because he gave them a hospital.
Visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week. And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. He said, that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore, and you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? I remember when I gave my book to my father, I dedicated a book of mine, Power and the Powerless, to my father. I said, to my father with my love. Gave him a copy of the book. He opened it up, looked at that. He'd only gone to the 7th grade. He was a son of an immigrant, a working-class Italian. And he opens the book, and he starts looking through it, and he gets misty-eyed, very misty-eyed. And I thought it was because he was so touched that his son had dedicated a book to him. That wasn't the reason. He looks up to me and says, I can't read this, kid. I said, that's okay, Dad. Neither can the students. I mean, that's not something. I mean, don't worry about that. I wrote it for you. I mean, it's your book, and you don't have to read it. You know, it's a very complicated book, academic book. He says, yeah, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read. So you compare a country to what it came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
There's a lot of people who are, trying to...
Now we want liberals that want perfection before the revolution. Now they don't even wait for us to have a revolution. Now they demand instant perfection, a flawless biography before we can even before we have the revolution. We're not allowed to even campaign for Medicare for all anymore. We're not allowed to do anything. Now, I don't know what to tell you. I love my Bernie Sanders approved Blackwater mercenaries. I mean, like, come on, man. This is a country where if you're in rural Maine, you're a heroin addict. Let's be fucking honest. If you're a 40-year-old man his age in rural Maine, you're probably a heroin addict. How do I know? I spent my time in Scranton, in Wilkes-Barre. I spent my time in Luzerne County, in Carbon County, in Northampton County, in Berks County, in Lancaster County. You don't think I know heroin? You don't think I know what the average Pennsylvania man my age without a college education is doing in these spaces? Fucking dying. Let's be honest. These entire places have been completely dissolved. All right, chat, let's go to what I actually wanted to talk about, which is David Pakman. I was right. Mike was right about David Pakman. These are the people that we should be talking about. Instead of like, these are the people that we need to be purging. This country is so liberal that even the leftists have a liberal mindset and are in denial. They don't understand what it takes to change a country. Look at what Morena is doing in Mexico. They have accepted ex-PRI and ex-PAN members and forcing them to go to the left. We all have a past. I mean, I'm not trying to say that we should ignore his past, but we should look at his past and we should look at what he's saying now. This guy served in the military. He's not Slotkin saying, I loved my CIA service. That's what the Democratic Party is. He's not doing ads where he's walking around in his bomber jacket like what's her name who ran in Kentucky. He's saying these were wars of choice. They were a waste. All we did was kill civilians and rob our country blind. You want him to run on what? Disarming America? Like, is that even what? I mean, like, come on. What are we doing here? What are we fucking doing here? Is Pakman on our side or no? Let me see.
Some creators in the first 48 hours, the Wired story, and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. IPAC, that is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved, not true. Some creators in the first 48 hours took...
He's claiming he doesn't know what APAC is. Squinting as my wife looks at my credit card statement. $15 a month for OnlyFins? Funds? Fangs? What is this? OnlyFans? Never heard of it, my honey. Never heard of it, honey. This man has been a progressive political commentator for 15 years, and he doesn't know what APAC is. Now, there are two reactions to this. The first reaction you could have is David Pakman is unqualified to be a political commentator because he doesn't know about the most influential lobby in America, which is the Israel lobby. And there's been 2 years of genocide. If you don't know what APAC is as a political commentator 2 years into a genocide, then you shouldn't be a political commentator. You should go gardening, right? Or the answer is he's a Zionist propagandist liar. And there's really that's the only two choices. Now, I think David Pakman is too smart to not know what APAC is. I think he chooses not to talk about Israel because he's a Zionist and he supports Israel. But if he said what he believes, he would lose his audience. I think that David Pakman is a dyed-in-the-wool Zionist. And this isn't me making some sort of like projection. This is because he supports every single Zionist push to attack Israel's critics.
Well, I hate to start a show like this, but I do have to talk today about a defamation lawsuit. After Wired published a piece last week that made a number of untrue allegations and implications about me and other creators, claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the content of this show or restrict what I'm talking about, and many other claims and implications. A whole bunch of you wrote to me and said, David, are you going to sue for defamation? Suing for defamation and winning is really the way to take control back and to prove that you didn't do the things you're accused of. Now, it's a fair question, and I want to talk about that today. I didn't even plan on mentioning this entire fiasco again, but it really has taken on a life of its own. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in U.S. history. I've been advised this could take 6 figures in legal fees just to get to the end without even a guarantee of getting the money back, right? I am not litigious by nature. I think all of you know that. I've never sued anybody. It would be stressful. It would be time consuming.
Now, chat, if you want the idea, I want you to understand that David Pakman is an Islamophobic Zionist liar, and he knows exactly what APAC is. Here he is covering it 13 years ago to 2,000 views.
Newt Gingrich fell asleep during an appearance at IPAC, the American-Israeli PAC, and I've got video of that, Lewis, and then he woke up. Watching Gingrich sleep, and if you're watching us on video, watching Gingrich sleep does creep me out a little bit. There's something I find a little bit creepy about it. And this was him dozing before the speech, and then he starts talking, and then he defers to a panel. He says, I'm ready to take questions from the panel. There's no panel. So it's just an awkward 12 seconds of silence, and then he just kind of goes on, bantering about who knows what, just kind of his generic talking points. Here's Newt Gingrich sleeping. I apologize for those who don't have the visual, and it is disturbing, so maybe not the best thing for children. There he is. He wakes up. He looks around.
The idea that he doesn't know what AIPAC is a bold-faced lie. Chat, we have a hype train going on? Chat, remember, this is September, so right now, the top sub-gifter, top bit donor, they'll get the hype train conductor badge next to their name, and on top of all of that, which is really good, you will be able to get multi-month subscriptions for as much as 30% off. So I would definitely recommend you take advantage of that while you can. If you want to see what David Pakman is really like, Linda Sarsour was the founder of the Women's March and one of Bernie Sanders' delegates. She is a Palestinian American progressive and one of Bernie Sanders' closest advisors. She was one of the reasons why I thought Bernie Sanders would be good on Israel-Palestine. Is because he had Linda Sarsour close to him in his 2016 and 2020 campaign. Look at the way David Pakman covers Linda Sarsour. Women's March cuts ties with Sarsour. Women's March leaders even more anti-Semitic than previously thought. The Women's March has an anti-Semitism problem. Yes, Women's March founder calls for leaders to resign. Bernie has a toxic surrogate, and she needs to go. So who was pushing this Linda Sarsour attack? Who was pushing this Linda Sarsour attack? The Israeli ADL statement on controversy surrounding Linda Sarsour. David Pakman was taking his marching orders to slander a Palestinian American. And what did David Pakman do? He was happy to push these lies.
As many of you know, I like Bernie Sanders a lot. I think he has great policies. He's one of the most progressive candidates running, along with Elizabeth Warren. I'd be thrilled for Bernie Sanders to be the Democratic nominee and take on Donald Trump. But when people I like do something I disagree with, I say it. And Bernie Sanders has made a major mistake in naming a woman named Linda Sarsour as a campaign surrogate. Now, I know I'm going to get crushed for this by a sliver of the left. People may cancel paid memberships. They'll be angry that I have the audacity to call
every fucking time with this stupid money and his memberships. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think about anything else, David? Come on, man.
Out a woman who happens to be Muslim, an identity politics argument. But I am making the effort not to self-censor, and I just see this as a mistake. Linda Sarsour is from the toxic wing of the American left. She is someone who has played coy with and refused to denounce anti-Semitic Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan. She is someone who has participated in marginalizing Jews.
By the way, this is actually the way, this is such a classic move. Because if you're not involved with black politics at all, now I'm a white man. I am not the person who should be explaining this, but I also realize that I'm on Twitch, and literally none of the white people on Twitch have ever spent any time in the black community, so they don't know this. So because I have spent a little bit of time, from a very humble place, I'm not speaking for black people. I'm just saying something that is true. The Nation of Islam, due to the organizing done by Malcolm X, has, was a very important part of the black community, especially the 70s and 80s and 90s. Now, Louis Farrakhan is a right-winger and a dope, and he sucks, okay? I'm not a Louis Farrakhan fan. But the Nation of Islam is very important to the black community because of stuff like self-reliance, setting up schools, setting up mosques, providing community support. It is what it is. It is a religion that's important in many places in the black community. So what Zionists do is, if you're involved in black politics at all, you're going to have encounters with members of the Nation of Islam in the black community. 100%. Okay? And what these Zionist scum like to do is, if you're ever involved with anything in the black community, or if you're ever organizing in urban places, and there are Nations of Islam people there, Zionists like David Pakman will come in and say, do you condemn Louis Farrakhan? Do you condemn the Nation of Islam? And if you're like, fuck off, dude. Like, I'm not going to do that. They'll say, look, he refuses to condemn anti-Semite Louis Farrakhan. He's an anti-Semite. That's exactly what they're doing to Linda Sarsour. Exactly what they're doing to Linda Sarsour. Because Linda Sarsour actually organizes marginalized communities and in American cities, he's trying to do this chain thing where someone's in the Nation of Islam, which means that's related to Louis Farrakhan. So like 3 layers of separation to call someone an anti-Semite. Why is he calling her an anti-Semite? Because she opposes Israel's apartheid and genocide. This is the anti-Corbyn playbook. This is the, oh, you criticize Israel? Well, we're going to call you an anti-Semite.
Jewish women in her role as founder of the Women's March, which
okay, if there's any black chatters in here, I hope I was able to. And this is exact. Oh, Luna, thank you. They did this to Jesse Jackson when he ran for president. Head of Jewish group says Jackson is an anti-Semite. Nathan Perlmutter, national director of the ADL, said yesterday that statements by Reverend Jesse Jackson render the self-portrait of an anti-Semite. Perlmutter declared that if the Democratic Party did not strongly repudiate Mr. Jackson's statements on Jews, the party could forfeit its historic Jewish support in November's presidential election. Let me say it plainly. We are dealing with a person whose recorded expressions are those of an anti-Semite. Amazing.
I've previously talked about. I don't believe Bernie Sanders should have anything to do with Linda Sarsour. This is simply a mistake, plain and simple. The Bernie campaign over the weekend tweeted a video of Linda Sarsour speaking where she is identified merely as a civil rights activist and 2020 surrogate of Bernie Sanders. But the truth is that she has a very, very ugly past. Again, Linda Sarsour is a founder of the Women's March. She's one of the 3 founders I've told you about before, along with Tamika Mallory and Bob Bland, who allowed anti-Semitism to pervade the movement, who didn't consider Jewish women important to the movement and marginalized them, who played coy and were cozy with anti-Semitic extremist Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, who I've widely denounced before. And it shouldn't be difficult. Anyone who cares about civil rights and non-discrimination and inclusion, no matter what your political ideology is, you should just denounce Louis Farrakhan. It shouldn't be difficult. And Bernie should have nothing to do with this. And in fact,
by the way, do you see what I mean? Like, no other streamer does any organizing, so they don't know what I'm talking about. So they're not able to refute what he's saying because they don't know anything about actual organizing or the black community or anything like that. I'm not saying I'm the expert. I am just an organizer, and I know enough to show respect to the black community and not to fall for these fucking tricks. Not to fall for this shit, which is, oh, wow, you were at an event and there was a Nation of Islam person that was also at that event. Do you condemn Louis Farrakhan? No, you don't condemn Louis Farrakhan? Well, then you're an anti-Semite. They haven't condemned Louis Farrakhan yet. That's the fucking game because they're trying to keep any pro-Arab or pro-Palestinian down. Literally. They're trying to smear anybody who might have a different position on Palestine as an anti-Semite. They've been doing it for decades.
She has blamed white women for the anti-abortion heartbeat bill that Georgia tried to pass. She has defended Sharia law in a series of tweets trying to put a positive spin on it. Other left...
Do you see this fucking Islamophobic racist piece of shit? This guy could... Oh, he's such an Islamophobe. He's such an Islamophobe, and he loves pushing these ADL talking points. He loves pushing these Zionist talking points to a progressive audience. Actually disgusting. Do you think Bernie Sanders has an anti-Semite as his surrogate? Do you really think that's happening? Do you really believe that's real? Do you think Bernie Sanders has an advisor who's an anti-Semitic person? Let's go pull up this tweet. He didn't play her. He didn't play the video. He didn't play the video. So what's the video? Let me find it. Let me find it real quick. I mean, he didn't want you to see it, guys. Like, he doesn't want you to see the video. He pulled it up showing that Bernie Sanders had her on. But what did she say? I mean, she's such an anti-Semite.
Civil rights.
At a time of startling rise in white nationalism and anti-Semitism, I would be so proud to win, but also to make history and elect the first Jewish American president this country, the first Jewish American president this country has ever seen, and for his name to be Bernard Sanders. Bernie Sanders believes in us, and he believes in our worth as a people. We all deserve health care and access to higher education, an economy where we all can thrive and not just the top 1%, and a transformative foreign policy, one that is centered on peace and diplomacy. A foreign policy that sees Palestinians as human beings deserving of human rights and self-determination.
That's why David Pakman did a smear campaign. Because Linda Sarsour was part of Bernie Sanders' campaign. She was advisor on foreign policy. She said Palestinians are human beings. And then what did David Pakman do? He smeared her as an anti-Semite immediately. Sometimes people are like, Mike, why do you hate David Pakman? Why have you been calling out Majority Report for years for being nice to this guy? I mean, it's part of the friction that I have with Majority Report is that they were nice to this guy. And when I saw this shit, I was apoplectic. It's part of why there's a little, I love Majority Report. They like me. But this is one of the reasons why some Majority Reporters don't like me, because I call them out on this shit. David Pakman is an evil, Islamophobic, racist smear merchant.
Human beings deserving of human rights and self-determination. Bernie doesn't ask us how much these things will cost, because only people who don't believe we deserve these things will ask us how to pay for things like health care, but never ask us how to pay for endless and unjust wars.
So the first thing she says is how proud she would be to have the first Jewish president be Bernie Sanders, and David Pakman uses that as an opportunity to smear her as an anti-Semite. The reason being she hasn't denounced Louis Farrakhan.
Described to you before. Having people like Linda Sarsour in the picture is what hurts our own credibility. I don't care about Linda Sarsour personally. This is about what this does to the movement to have people like this involved. Even on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it quite frankly doesn't seem like Linda Sarsour and Bernie Sanders are on the same page. Bernie has repeated many times, when Israel is attacked by rockets, it has a right to defend itself. He makes clear he's not going to play the demonization games that lots of people like Linda Sarsour play. We just don't need them. All of the productive views that Linda Sarsour might hold.
And by the way, when he's talking about the scandal in the Women's March, it's because a bunch of AIPAC Zionists tried to insert that Israel was good in the Women's March, ultimately destroying it. They destroyed the organization because there were a lot of progressives who wanted to support Palestine, and these Zionists came in. This is literally what happened. And they started saying, well, no, Israel is not bad after all. Oh, and then there was a disagreement, and they said, the Women's March is anti-Semitic. And they destroyed it. That was the pink pussy hats. Remember those? Remember how people came out on the streets when Trump won in 2016 and they were protesting right away, and liberals and leftists were united in a popular front against Trump? That was done by Bernie Sanders' advisor, Linda Sarsour. And David Pakman worked with AIPAC, or I'm sorry, maybe he didn't work directly with them, but he spread the idea that they were anti-Semitic and destroyed the organization. And fundamentally, it fell apart because Zionists were trying to insert pro-Israel shit, or at least prevent pro-Palestinian stuff from being said by the Women's March.
Are held back.
Now, there is not one other streamer, not one, and I'm sorry for patting myself on the back, but somebody's got to do it. There's not one streamer who knows this besides me. There's not one streamer or online content creator who could synthesize all these details and pull them together to make you understand. This is why I don't like David Pakman, because I know exactly what he is. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's not left wing. There's a reason why he was invited to the White House Oval Office with Olivia Giuliana, because he's a paid shill and a Zionist. And he has been for a long time.
Plenty of people who aren't toxic and who aren't associated with people like Louis Farrakhan. She wants Medicare for all. Great. So do I. She wants tuition-free college and a $15 minimum wage. Lots of people on the left do. There's no reason to make her a surrogate for Bernie Sanders. It's not my left. I'm actually surprised this is even something that Bernie Sanders would entertain. given his track record, he may simply have no idea what's going on with Linda Sarsour. But I would encourage the left not to dabble with this toxic wing, because there is literally no upside. There's no policy upside. There's no idea.
Yeah, well, he definitely doesn't want that pro-Palestinian upside, right?
Logical upside. There's no public relations upside. Even if you don't personally find Linda Sarsour problematic, even though I believe that you should, there is no strategic argument to be made for her involvement in Bernie Sanders' campaign,
Zionist.
period. Now, if you disagree with me, let me know, but try to do it in a way that's respectful, right? Let's see if you can actually do that, because I know
Zionist.
exactly what I'm bracing for by even talking about this. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. While you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman.
Fucking crap. And if you're like, okay, Mike, that's pretty bad, but that's, you know, you can't prove that he's pushing right-wing, anti-Muslim, Islamophobic bigotry and smearing the actual left. Yes, I can. This is how he treats Ilhan Omar. Was Ilhan Omar being deliberately anti-Semitic? Damn Ilhan Omar's nonsense tweets.
We've been talking about this new wave of members of Congress, men, women, Muslims, Christians, immigrants, American-born people, and it's great. We want a wider range of views and perspectives and backgrounds in the House of Representatives. There's been a concern that the lack of experience that some of these individuals have.
Now, chat, he's trying to say he's putting on his fucking thumbnail Omar's anti-Semitic tweets. If you don't think this is a deliberate attempt to ruin her reputation of a brand new congresswoman who was just elected, you're a fucking dope. And the people that were pushing this was AIPAC, was ADL, and Republicans. Rep Omar apologizes for tweets on AIPAC's influence. Was she wrong? The statement was the latest reckoning among Democrats of intense differences between their ranks over the U.S.-Israeli relationship, highlighted by criticism over Omar and Rep. Rashida Tlaib of Michigan. In a pair of tweets over the weekend, Omar criticized the AIPAC. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. I thought, hey, wait, I thought you didn't know what AIPAC was. You did a 9-minute video calling Ilhan Omar anti-Semitic for talking about AIPAC. I thought you didn't know what AIPAC was, David. You liar.
May be leading to some bad ideas being floated and missteps, and that could be a problem for Democrats in the long run. And one of the people that is having a growing list of these problems is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. And
growing list of problems. Now, chat, this is when she was a brand new congresswoman, the first Muslim woman elected to the U.S. Congress. And there's David Pakman, David A. Pakman, trying to spread an AIPAC smear.
2 weeks ago, I pointed out to you that her idea of a 90% marginal tax rate on the 1%, meaning starting at $421,000 a year, not only was it not politically feasible, it also wasn't backed by economic data.
Oh, now he doesn't want to have taxes on the rich. Guys, it's not backed by economic data. Anyway, I make $1 million from my 80 fucking sponsorships for my AIPAC shill stream.
Muddied the waters when we should really be looking at something like what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has proposed. And the general defense I heard from people in the audience was, David, Ilhan Omar was just spitballing. It's not a specific policy proposal. Don't be so hard on her. Over the weekend, she put out a series of tweets referencing some common anti-Semitic tropes about Jewish conspiracy.
Oh, common anti-Semitic tropes, guys. That's what Ilhan was doing. She was doing anti-Semitic tropes. Now, what was she describing? The pressure and the power that AIPAC has on our government. But that's anti-Semitic to say.
Conspiracy to self-enrich and dual loyalty to Israel. And she's already in the position
she
of
did
having
not say that.
To apologize after being criticized even by high-ranking Democrats in the House of Representatives.
Oh, even high-ranking Democrats. The biggest AIPAC shills criticized her for criticizing AIPAC. What a surprise. Do you see how David Pakman is actively our enemy? Do you see how he's actively on the right? And he puts on this cloak of progressivism in order to smuggle right-wing talking points to otherwise progressive people. And that There is no such thing as being progressive without Palestine. Those are just right-wing liars, and they should never be tolerated. I mean, it was bad enough to tolerate him back then, and I chose peace. I attacked David Pakman harshly as I could, but I didn't go to war with everybody who aligned with him because I thought that I would just be surrounded by enemies and owned, right? Which is what happens usually, right? I get attacked for being correct, and then everybody says how evil I am, and then 6 months later, they all copy my take, and nobody goes back and says, you know, I really talked a lot of shit about Mike, but he was actually right about this. They do all the shit talking, they do all the smearing of me as some sort of like contentious, mean guy who just likes to do infighting, and then 6 months later, they all have my same take.
Her first tweet was a quote of Glenn Greenwald's with the note added saying it's all about the Benjamin's baby. And the tweet from Glenn Greenwald was about Republican leader Kevin McCarthy threatening punishment for Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib.
Guys, is this anti-Semitic? The answer is no. It's not anti-Semitic at all. There's no word. The word Jewish doesn't come up in this. It's criticisms of Israel. There's nothing anti-Semitic about this at all. Not even a little bit.
Over criticisms of Israel. And what Ilhan Omar responded with was, it's all about the Benjamin's baby, meaning that the reason Kevin McCarthy is threatening them is because of money related to Israel. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Many people saw nothing wrong with this, but as we've seen a number of worthy commentators mention, including normal Trump critic Brian Klass, this is a reference to an anti-Semitic. When it comes to Israel, it's all about Jewish money from the U.S. in defense of Israel. But that same logic isn't applied to other countries and people of other national origins. When American Muslims are questioned about whether their loyalty is to the U.S. or to their country of family origin, for example, whether it's Pakistan or Saudi Arabia or whatever, we...
By the way, to say Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have strong lobbies in America is laughably fucking stupid compared to AIPAC. And notice he talks about Muslim countries, both of which are American puppets with non-democratic governments. The United States just supported a military coup in Pakistan of a democratically elected leader, Imran Khan, because he criticized America. And so we supported a fucking military coup.
Say that's Islamophobic, rightly so. But when the same is said about the influence of American Jewish money on politics, it's Israel, and we're supposed to pretend like these aren't just two sides of the same coin.
By the way, she didn't say anything about Jewish money. She said about Israel lobby, not Jewish money, Israel, pro-Israel money, you fucking liar.
Now, I'll get to Kevin McCarthy in this in a second, but let's look at the second tweet.
The biggest supporters of Israel in America are Christian Zionists. That's the majority of the people. They are Christian fundamentalists who want to gather all the Jews in Israel so that so Og and Magog can attack, and there'll be a fucking they'll be at Armageddon, the Battle of Armageddon, and then 144,000 Jews will convert, and the rest will be thrown in the pit of fire. David, that's what these fundamentalist American Christians are trying to create, and they give a lot of money to Israel to do it. That has nothing to do with Jewish people other than some weird fantasy American Christian Zionist freaks have. It's not anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. And there she said, AIPAC would love to know who Ilhan thinks is paying American politicians to be pro-Israel, though I think I could guess. Bad form, Congresswoman. That's the second anti-Semitic trope you've tweeted. She said AIPAC. So she said Benjamins and AIPAC. Where was the anti-Semitism? There's not one stitch of anti-Semitism. And David Pakman is a liar, and he is a Zionist, and that's why he doesn't talk about the Gaza genocide, because he supports it. He supports what's going on in Israel and in Gaza. That's why he doesn't talk about it, because it's been declared a genocide by the world scholars of genocide. This week, did David make a video on it and said, I've seen enough. The scholarship is clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is committing a genocide. If you're so progressive, why aren't you condemning Benjamin Netanyahu as not representative of Jews? Why are you not condemning Imam Ben Gvir as not representative of Jews? David, what's going on, man? Where are you? Why are you silent? You talk about AIPAC when you could use it to criticize Ilhan Omar, but now you're silent when there's a genocide happening?
Ilhan Omar first. In her second tweet, she quotes someone named Batia Ungar Sargon. I don't know who that is. Who said,
why is this guy, he's also so bad at this. Batia Ungar Sargon is basically somebody who is from Pennsylvania. How do you not know this? How the fuck do you not know this? You're a political commentator paid millions of dollars to talk about politics. I know who this is. And she is a Zionist. And she is like one of those people that's like, oh, the populist right. Oh, I used to be on the left, but the populist right is the true tribune of the plebs. She's one of those people. Donald Trump, she did it in 2015, 2016. She was like, oh, Donald Trump is pulling so many people with his populism and his anti-establishment. She's one of these MAGA journalists, okay? She's very famous for that, and she's a super Zionist. And the fact that you're pretending to not know who this is shows that you're either incompetent at your job or you're just lying because you're covering for a fellow Zionist.
I'd love to know who Ilhan Omar thinks is paying American politicians to be pro-Israel, though I think I can guess. Bad form, Congresswoman, that's the second anti-Semitic trope you've tweeted. And Ilhan Omar quoted that tweet and said, AIPAC. The problem here for people who don't get it is the implication that Americans support Israel because of money, period, as opposed to a host of other considerations, which we can debate whether they're worthy or not.
So David Pakman is saying that, guys, if you criticize AIPAC, the Israeli Public Affairs Committee, for donating millions upon millions to pro-Israel candidates, you're actually criticizing Jewish money and you're an anti-Semite. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. This is who he is.
The conspiracy that all of this refers to is the idea of Jewish money as a tool for global domination, including the control of American elected officials like Kevin McCarthy. But here's the most important thing.
So David now thinks it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to say that politicians are incentivized by campaign money. It's anti-Semitic to say that politicians are influenced by campaign money.
And this seems to be missing from most of the arguments I'm seeing about this on the internet. Even if you disagree that the tweets are furthering anti-Semitic tropes, that's fine. The argument is not valid because this all started as a criticism of Kevin McCarthy, who received $0 from AIPAC associates in 2018. So it's just literally factually wrong. McCarthy was among the Republicans who were spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about George Soros paying for the migrant caravan, which of course wasn't true. So I'm not defending McCarthy here. He's horrible. I've been criticizing the guy.
I thought he didn't know what AIPAC was. Also, a member of Republican leadership coordinates completely with AIPAC. What the fuck are you talking about? They don't need to give money to him. They don't need to give money to him. He's the fucking speaker in a safe seat. They don't give money to fucking him. They give it to the politicians that need the money so they can win their races. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, sometimes they'll give money to Democratic politicians so that they can win their primaries. So the Democratic Party is more pro-Israel. What the fuck are you talking about?
Years. What I'm pointing out is that at a logistical level, at a factual level, the criticism of McCarthy as a sort of tool of the Israeli lobby in the United States is not backed by evidence.
He's saying Kevin McCarthy is not pro-Israel enough. He's saying Kevin McCarthy's not in the pockets of Israel lobby. He's saying, guys, Kevin McCarthy, he's not pro-Israel. McCarthy has gotten $500,000 from AIPAC. Notice Pakman said in 2018. I think that was very intentional. He's just a fucking liar, dude. He's just a liar who misleads his audience. What a fucking scumbag. Okay, let's take a look. Kevin McCarthy got $467,000 from AIPAC in his career. He's just lying. I mean, he doesn't do any research for his recorded video. So why the fuck would he do any research for there?
received no donations from pro.
It's crazy how much I know so much more than David live. I'm making this shit live off the dome, and I know more than David Pakman does about everything that he talks about on his recorded video.
Israel PACs in 2018, and this just invalidates even the idea of the tweet. Now, is Ilhan Omar personally anti-Semitic? I have no idea. I don't think this...
I have no idea. I have no idea. Is David Pakman, the question he asked his audience is, I don't know if she's anti-Semitic. Are you fucking serious, you scumbag liar?
By itself is evidence of that. But it's still destructive, not only because anti-Semitism is bad and playing up these stereotypes is not a good thing.
There wasn't any stereotypes. She said that politicians in America are bought by AIPAC to be pro-Israel, which is not anti-Semitic. It's what we like to call a fact.
But it forces other Democrats to have to denounce her comments, which just gets in the way of Democrats getting things accomplished. Whether or not Ilhan Omar is anti-Semitic, Nancy Pelosi puts out a statement saying this is bad. She needs to apologize. Chuck Schumer tweets.
There he is, his favorite Zionist politicians, so he could use them to pummel the left.
This is irresponsible and offensive and anti-Semitic. And then Ilhan Omar ends up apologizing, and more political capital is spent on this nonsense. So what really needs to be understood here are
what needs to be said is what he wants to tell you, hey, progressives, you better not criticize AIPAC in Israel, or David Pakman will be joining with the establishment of Republicans to smear you as an anti-Semite. This guy is a disgusting boil, and he needs to be lanced, and he needs to be removed from the progressive movement. If you support David Pakman at this point, I've known about this for years, and I've talked about it before. This is not the first time I've talked about it. So why the fuck are so many other people willing to work with this guy and be nice to this guy? Makes you think.
Different things. Number one, AIPAC is a more right-wing group, and Jews in the U.S. are very, very liberal. So yeah, there are Jews who support AIPAC, who vote in the United States. But look at evangelical Christian support of AIPAC and of Israel. That doesn't even seem to be mentioned here. It's an important factor. But then we get to the bigger picture. You can recognize that this is playing on longtime anti-Semitic tropes and still support boycotting Israel, for example. And the reflexive reaction I saw from many on the left to say this can't be anti-Semitic because they felt as though it would in some way invalidate their support of boycotting Israel or their opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. Separate the two things. You can be an opponent of Benjamin Netanyahu and believe that Ilhan Omar here is knowingly or unknowingly playing up anti-Semitic tropes. You can be for or against boycotting Israel or Israeli companies or whatever, and still recognize that it's a really bad idea to even go near approximating these anti-Semitic tropes. It's bad for Democrats. It's bad for the progressive movement. It's bad for those who want reform in Israel. That's okay. You don't have to feel as though merely admitting that this was a mistake, that it was either ignorant or malicious, and both are problematic. And that doesn't change the validity of your perspective on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or what policy should be towards Israel. And I was concerned before the election that exactly this type of nonsense would start flying after the midterms, and it has, and it's only doing damage to the progressive movement. Follow me on Instagram at david.pakman and follow the show on Instagram.
I mean, this guy is our enemy. Like, point blank, if you don't see why they were setting up the chorus group with guys like David Pakman, it's because he supports Israel. He supports AIPAC, and he smears progressives. And this isn't the only time he did it. He did it again. He did it again. He did it to Rashida Tlaib, too.
Okay, so we've got to talk today about some tweets that have surfaced from Congresswomen Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, where they appear to also be calling for the deportation of American citizens, something that Donald Trump has been heavily and correctly criticized for over the last 10 days. So let me set this back up for you from the beginning. Donald Trump tweeted back on July 14th. It's been 10 days now since this started. So interesting to see progressive Democrat congresswomen who originally came from countries whose governments are a complete and total catastrophe, the worst, most corrupt and inept anywhere in the world, if they even have a functioning government at all, now loudly and viciously telling the people of the United States, the greatest and most powerful nation on earth, how our government is to be run. Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came, then come back and show us how it is done? These places need your help badly. You can't leave fast enough. I'm sure that Nancy Pelosi would be very happy to quickly work out free travel arrangements. And this was followed by a chant at a Donald Trump rally in North Carolina about a week ago or so. Where
so in other words, what was happening, chat, is that Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib were being attacked by Trump, and he was threatening to deport them. And so a lot of people on the left, including Nancy Pelosi, were rallying behind them. A bunch of the people that didn't like the progressive left, because they were being attacked by Donald Trump, they were being forced to rally behind them. And so what does David Pakman do? David Pakman takes this opportunity to publish some opposition research on them and try to find some old tweets of theirs where they may have said somebody should be deported. Well, let's take a look, David. What did they say?
2012, a Twitter user posted an article about a Maine mayor, a mayor in the state of Maine, saying that Somalis should leave their culture at the door in the United States. A Twitter battle developed. Ilhan Omar took the position that Somalis don't need to leave their culture at the door, that America is a melting pot. And then eventually Ilhan Omar tweeted, quote, "We are citizens and can't be deported. Why don't we deport you to wherever you came from?" Now, I have to tell you,
she's not saying citizens should be deported. She's literally not saying citizens should be deported. She's saying they aren't. She was probably by the way, the person she replied to deleted their tweet. What the fuck are you talking about?
This does not seem to me to be Ilhan Omar suggesting that citizens be deported.
So it took him 5 minutes to say no to the question of the headline. Uh-oh, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib called for deporting citizens? No, they didn't. Oh, well, thank you. Shouldn't the title be Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar did not call for deporting citizens, you fucking scum?
I see this as Ilhan Omar saying, this one is not deport this a-hole. Now,
she said, you're saying Rashida Tlaib said deport this a-hole to Donald Trump. Yeah, the guy calling for mass deportations, us saying, no, deport you. Who gives a fuck? Deporting citizens, guys. Deporting citizens for saying you want to deport Trump. Now, this is literally all you could say about David Pakman. David Pakman is a Zionist, and David Pakman is a liar. And how has he responded to this? I'll defend David on the Chorus Wired article, but pretending to not know AIPAC is a bad look. Like, does he think we're dumb enough to not know that he knows what AIPAC is? It's one of the most well-known, powerful lobbying groups in the U.S., and it's been talked about plenty in the last decade. To pretend he doesn't know what AIPAC, pretending it could be pronounced IPAC, is just insulting to anyone who follows his channel. All these years, we defend the dude against AIPAC affiliation accusations, and he insults us by pretending to not know how to pronounce it. It's insulting as fuck. And then David says, guys, give me a break. I'm not pretending to not know what AIPAC is. I am just unsure on the pronunciation. It's the same as how I get mixed up with how to pronounce the first O in sorrow, or how the first A in Laura, Trump, is pronounced. That's from David himself. David Pakman is a scumbag.
God bless AIPAC.
If this capital crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, our cooperation with Israel.
As long as I have the opportunity to serve in Congress, I'm going to make sure that that aid continues in a strongly robust fashion, no conditions.
For as long as I live, for as long as I have the privilege of serving in the Senate from New York, I will unflinchingly, unstintingly, and with all of my strength be Shomer Yisrael, a guardian of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yisrael Chai.
God bless AIPAC.
Now, if you're a political commentator and you don't know how to pronounce AIPAC, I mean, you should not be following that rat. You should unsubscribe from David Pakman if you're subscribed. If you ever see him posted anywhere, you should call him what he is, an Islamophobic racist and a propagandist for the state of Israel. Now, you know, just to close this out, David Pakman was very comfortable with bringing up these very obscure stories about Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, right? He was very excited to bring that up. But then...
Watch this guy, Pakman. He's good.
Howard Stern. But then there was a story. Israel banned Rashida Tlaib and Ilham Omar from traveling to Israel. And Rashida Tlaib has family in Gaza and the West Bank. And Israel barred them from visiting. Now, did David Pakman do a story on that? I mean, that's pretty notable, right? Some of the most progressive Congress people in the country banned from Israel? I mean, that seems like a pretty newsworthy story. Did he cover it? I mean, other news report, a lot of people decided to cover this. Bloomberg covered it. CBS covered it. MSNBC covered it. Democracy Now. I mean, like, Ilhan Omar removed from committee. No peep from him. So he's happy to promote pro-Israel content. He's happy to promote the idea that criticizing AIPAC is anti-Semitic. He's happy to boost any negative story about them while they're being criticized by Donald Trump and threatened with deportation.
One of the arguments that I've heard over the years from Democratic activists is that you have to fight fire with fire, that if they did stop using dark money as a vehicle to win elections, that conservatives would get ahead. But from what I've observed, it's more that they're feeding the fire and just make it even bigger.
Last week, I published an article on Wired titled, quote, "A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers." The story describes an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online that offers influencers up to $8,000.
Here's David saying AIPAC correctly.
Against a heavily AIPAC-funded candidate, uneasily. And in fact, Jamal Bowman originally won his House seat against a heavily AIPAC-funded candidate.
Well, now suddenly he knows all about how, Jamal Bowman got primaried a year ago by AIPAC money, and David Pakman noticed it and knew about it. In fact, he acted like he knew a lot about how the progressive left is fighting AIPAC. This is so weird. Suddenly he forgot how to pronounce it, I guess. Here's all the times he said AIPAC.
His House seat against a heavily AIPAC-funded candidate. So that's not really what it's about.
The drug companies, the banks, AIPAC, every other lobbyist are using, you better not be mean to your colleagues. So they powered down on our most popular positions and they went identitarian left instead. But that is extreme. So that's why Destiny's conflating those two things. And I think, I'm not saying Destiny's doing this, but I think that a lot of people in media almost do that on purpose. A lot of them don't know. They just think progressives means both of those things at the same time. And then they just say, oh, they're all unpopular. And a lot of times, especially mainstream media, they'll go defund the police, Latinx, universal health care. Wait, one of those things does not belong on that list.
Well, I guess this is hidden. These are all hidden videos we can't watch. Progressive civil war explodes over Israel, Gaza. Interesting. He's actively hiding the evidence? He talks about left-wing anti-Semitism way more. Ooh, interesting. Am I just getting... Okay.
And left-wing anti-Semitism. There's lots of anti-Semitism across the political spectrum. I'm going to give you an example here of right-wing anti-Semitism, which is just typical playing on Jewish tropes because of left-wing anti-Semitism, or this is the right's fault because of right-wing anti-Semitism. The reality is that this is bigger than that. This is the American educational system. This is about giving young people unrestricted social media access to platforms where you see a lot of this stuff pushed, for which we...
He wants to censor your social media so you don't see so many anti-Israel content.
Left-wing anti-Semitism, including some of the things we saw within the Women's March. So, I don't know that it's any... I think it's less about... I'm not even a Democrat. I'm actually, an independent. But I would be skeptical about saying that the sign of trustworthiness is that they agree with someone from this side or that side or the other thing. I think it's more about, am I presenting how I've come to the conclusions I've come to in good faith? And I've talked before about left-wing anti-Semitism, and think back to the year 2000 when Joe Lieberman was Al Gore's vice presidential running mate. Joe Lieberman was the epitome of like the uncontroversial centrist moderate. There was much more concern about the fact that Joe Lieberman wasn't really on the left than there was that he was too far on the left. And the anti-Semitism was just completely off the charts. And that was 20 years ago, before it was sort of
I think if there's any bigger warmonger that ever was in the Democratic Party than Joe Lieberman, I don't know.
With left-wing anti-Semitism before, and my audience doesn't really seem to love it, and it often divides my audience, and I just don't know to what degree it makes sense for me to be harping on that. But yeah, I mean, it's a topic that's interesting to me for sure. And
oh God, he's so bitter that he can't be such an open shill
because
for Israel.
Of left-wing anti-Semitism, or this is the right's fault because of right.
Oh my Lord, there's so many.
I've talked about right-wing and left-wing anti-Semitism before, and many of us on the left are quick to admit that anti-Semitism on the right is a major problem, and it is a major problem, and I've talked about it before, right? Right-wing anti-Semitism from white nationalists, the patriot and militia-type movements, many sources of right-wing anti-Semitism. But we're also seeing left-wing anti-Semitism, and it's coming from different places. It's sometimes coming on college campuses. It's sometimes from so-called African-American rights groups that we've covered in the past, anti-Semitic statements and I guess statements is what I would really call it, proclamations of sorts. And the causes of left-wing anti-Semitism are different than the causes on the right. And this isn't a comprehensive list.
Do you see what I mean about organizing with black people and knowing about it and knowing the nuances of it? And what David Pakman just comes out and says, African-American groups are anti-Semitic. That's fucking insane. And again, liberals like this guy.
But left-wing anti-Semitism sometimes stems from antipathy towards Israeli foreign or domestic policy. It can stem from the perception that despite being one of the most persecuted groups in human history, Jews are now seen by some as a privileged group in some countries, and sometimes as a group undeserving of the so-called privilege that they're perceived to have. Sometimes it's related to straight up conspiracy theories of control. Sometimes it's merely the feeling that in order to be for Palestinian rights, you have to be more vocally against Jews at large. There's many reasons that I haven't mentioned, and it's also combinations of the reasons that I have. In any case, college campuses are quickly becoming...
By the way, notice how he's pushing the right-wing AIPAC, Fox News, anti-college campus shit. And that's exactly what Joe Biden did when college campuses protested Israel's genocide. They all joined in. They're like, well, we got to clamp down on the college campuses, and they criminalized the protests. David Pakman, right there he is, pushing that propaganda to liberals, telling them it's good to go after the students.
An epicenter of left-wing anti-Semitism. And there have been some horrible incidents over the last week or so. Recently, there was an event called the Chicago Dyke March on Saturday. It's an LGBT rights event. And 3 people carrying Jewish pride flags. In other words, it's a rainbow LGBTQ flag with a Star of David in the middle, basically saying, hey, the Jewish community supports LGBTQ rights. They were asked to leave the march because they, quote, repeatedly expressed support for Zionism, which is a, by and large, pretty meaningless phrase. And one member of...
So they weren't told to leave because of the flag. They were told to leave because they were screaming stuff about Israel being good. So you're trying to pretend it's because of the Star of David, and you're just lying. Cool.
The Dyke March Collective said that those people carrying the rainbow flags with the Star of David in the middle were told to leave because people were feeling unsafe as a result of the flags, adding that the march was an anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian march, according to the Windy City Times. And one of those people who was kicked out of the march said she was approached multiple times about her flag. This is Laurel Grauer, who said they were telling me to leave because my flag was a trigger to people that they found offensive. A member of the Dyke March Collective spoke to the Chicagoist on Sunday and insisted, oh no, our organization isn't anti-Semitic, but we don't want to be associated with anything that could be interpreted as pro-Israel. And the Dyke March organizers subsequently released a statement explaining that the decision to remove Jewish marchers was, quote, made after they repeatedly expressed support for Zionism during conversations with Dyke March Collective members. What was one of those expressions of Zionism? Well, Laurel Grauer said that she believes in a 2-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and apparently that was just too much. Listen, in fighting...
So I'm reading a news story out of it, And it says the flag was, I'll describe the flag to you. So he's a liar. He's doing propaganda as normal. He said it was the nation's capital was supposed to be celebratory return of a group of lesbians and their allies who've been absent from DC pride parades for a dozen years. Instead, it's planning devolved into accusations of bigotry and anti-Semitism after organizers banned nationalist symbols, especially the rainbow pride flag with the Star of David. Their reasoning was that it too closely represented the flag of the state of Israel, which features a Star of David at the center, sandwiched between two light blue stripes. Organizers said they want to exclude nationalist symbols, including flags and banners that represent nations that have specific oppressive tendencies. Many see Israel as contributing to the oppression. Many see, guys. But organizers said Palestinian flags were welcome. The ADL said the decision was outrageous. Hey, there's David Pakman again, pushing a major ADL story. The exclusion of the pride flag with the Star of David at the DC March was in just one of a series of recent incidents in which the left has been called anti-Semitic. Earlier this year, two organizers of the Women's March, Tamika Mallory and Carmen Perez, were accused of making anti-Jewish comments at planning meetings. Mallory, in particular, refused to denounce Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, a known anti-Semite whom she has had a long acquaintance. As a result, many Jewish women pulled out of the march. When I look at the Star of David, I see ancient history, said Rabbi Dana Rutenberg, a Chicago-based activist and author. Oh, we're fine. We're going to check out. Who is Dana Rutenberg? Let me see here. Ooh, she has a Twitter rabbi, huh? Let's see the Twitter. Where's the Twitter? I don't know why the fuck she has a Wikipedia. Let's check out her. I want to see her tweets. Where's her tweets? Come on, where's the tweets? She wants intersectional solidarity, chat. We want intersectional, excuse me, solidarity. 55 followers? And she gets a Wikipedia page as the Twitter rabbi? Excuse me? I nuked my old account. This is just a placeholder. I don't live here anymore. Oh, okay. She nuked her old account. Huh. Okay, now we have a disgusting... That's an anti-Semite. I don't know enough about her. Maybe she's pro-Palestinian. I don't know. Okay, so she has a lot of followers on here. I'm just very curious. I have to be logged in to search her shit. Oh, all right, chat. Sorry for this moment. I'm so curious. I'm very curious about this person. I think it looks like she's got good posts on this. It looks like she posted at least a month ago that there was a genocide. Okay, so she doesn't seem to be that bad. She doesn't seem to be this bad. But in 2019, it looks like she had a different take about Israel. Looks like she's changed over time, which is good. That's good. Glad to see that she is at least admitting it's a genocide. Wait, David Pakman's brother, who worked as his producer, was a regional director for the ADL? No fucking way. David Pakman's brother, who worked as his producer, was a regional director for the ADL. Okay, so David Pakman is literally a spy then, or literally a propagandist then. There's no way that Pakman doesn't know how to pronounce APAC. It's unseemly to play dumb. Just be honest with your audience about your Gaza views.
APAC support APAC. APAC from APAC. APAC support APAC.
What a disgusting piece of shit. David Pakman. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. Like, what could you even say? What could you even say? Senior associate regional director of the ADL. And then he went to work as lead policy strategist of trust and safety at Google. I always wondered why YouTube was so much harder for me to get traction on than every other platform I've ever tried. And how right-wing YouTube is in general. How does a Pakman have 3 million subs? The answer, I mean, I think it's reasonable to conclude. We know that Google promotes specific channels. We know they do that intentionally. It's actually the reason why I had a fight with Bo of the Fifth Column. Because Google promotes specific channels that align with what they're trying to do. And they'll actually spend money to do so. Effort to stem online extremism accidentally push people toward an anarchist. The method developed by CVE is called redirect. Through partnerships with Google as well as the ADL, the British firm's goal is to dissuade users from pursuing conspiracies and violent rhetoric by luring them with advertisements to other sites. As an internet figure known as Bo, so it's pretty safe to say that that David Pakman is also on this, right? Like it's pretty, I mean, so Google is compromised and they're promoting people. Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman have grown but their like juice in the political discourse is like almost non-existent. So they're basically being pushed. Like, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, call it a conspiracy theory if you will, but it seems pretty obvious that's what's happening. Look, I go to David Pakman, 3.3 million viewers, and it's all Trump slop. It's all Trump slop. Every single thing is a fucking Trump thumbnail with an arrow pointing at Trump or JD Van. Like, what the fuck is this shit? There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way. I worked at Google on videos. They don't intentionally boost topics, mostly just demote content they mark as harmful, but they do. I just showed you an article about a startup which is outside of Google, but supported by Google and the ADL to promote channels they like Beau of the Fifth Column. We would like to see Congressman Richie Torres, who is top recipient of AIPAC funding, lead the movement. I searched an hour ago on YouTube, Mike from PA, David Pakman, to see if you had any videos like this discussion, and nearly every result was H3 or similar content attacking me. Yes, I know. On Google, I have, you know, it's mostly like Destiny, Vosh, and then it was like the slop tubers now attacking me with H3. Like, yeah, it is just, what can you say? Like, it's just going to be like, because it's me, you'll get me searching. Look at this guy using AI thumbnails. Denham's defense, Mike from PA, after he got banned. Look how many videos H3 is making about me. That's actually really funny. I didn't even know. I don't even notice because these videos have no juice. I think it's indeed curation of promoted channels, which I don't know much about, but Google always prefers demoting rather than promoting specific topics in the knowledge graph. You don't say. Also, people saying, by the way, chat, Mike is profiting off of other people's pain. I can't believe Mike is here. Oh man, I can't believe Mike is fighting back against H3. He's just profiting off of other people. Like, what the fuck? God save me from my friends. With friends like this, who needs enemies? Like, legitimately. The campaign to utilize influencers, A. Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, progressive capture, Zionist propaganda 100. Oh yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear. They're capturing TikTok as well. I don't know if you noticed, chat, but there's a lot less like Palestinian content on TikTok because they hired a bunch of ADL Zionists to basically step on it. Fascism is, man, we are in such deep trouble, and the delusion of people is fucking insane. They were like, we need to spend our time attacking the one guy running for Senate who says it's a genocide in Gaza. I need to tell you how Zoran is actually going to disappoint you in the future. Guys, when a politician disappoints you in a couple years, you'll come back to me and I'll be like, told you, a politician is going to make you disappointed. Now, let's Chelsea Clinton run. Let Chelsea Clinton run, guys. All right, chat. I need to watch content because I'm actually getting a headache. Crystal Ball went on Doomscroll. Let's watch this. All I could say is critical support for Taylor Lorenz. She's a honest to God. I had a lot of respect for Taylor before, even though I have my disagreements with her on important issues. But my God,
get out of town. You really think he
is there uncritical support? This is what's happening on TikTok. Oh, Pakman criticizing Richie Torres or glazing him.
So maybe to start with, I'm interested in your perspective right now on the progressive movement. And the reason I want to talk to you about this is I see you really, when people ask me, who do you see right now as the sort of progressive that you like to be at the head of this movement going forward? I think of you.
Okay, so that tells you a lot about David Pakman. So he thinks of Richie Torres when he thinks of the progressive movement going forward. And Brad, I'm going to send you this. If you could just put this on the screen, I'm going to text you something, which I think shows us a lot about who Richie Torres is. But Richie Torres, I mean, he actually was made a lot of headlines this weekend, last week and this weekend, because he gave such a painful interview with Adam Friedland. Just came off as a total sociopath, heartless liar, and his willingness to shill for Israel, his willingness to pinkwash it, his willingness to call out, talk to about other Jews as if they're not good Jews or they're not real Jews, like he is some honorary Jew-dar ability. So yeah, Richie Torres represents the poorest district in the U.S., but he mentions Israel 236% more than he mentions poverty. So that tells you a lot about Richie Torres. Then here's another reason they probably don't have to tell David Pakman what to say, because David Pakman is someone who says stuff like this about Israel and Gaza.
We have democratic countries who, if they make a mistake or lie, are subject to negative consequences, saying this wasn't Israel. They've released information, radar, audio, video. Internal assessments agree this was not Israel. On the other hand, you have a terrorist authoritarian group with no checks and balances and no consequences for lying, saying it was Israel. And if you don't believe that there's no consequences to lying, there are still members of Congress who on Monday tweeted Israel killed 500 people at a Gaza hospital. Now that it's abundantly clear that it wasn't Israel, they have not deleted their tweets. Some of them have even doubled down.
Okay, so that's from October 2023. He's accusing people of keeping tweets up. We now know that Israel not only bombed that hospital, but has bombed every hospital in Gaza. And yet he's kept this video up. It's on his Twitter page, his Twitter account. So that is pretty shocking. And I mean, I think that probably stands out. Like if you're going to invite someone into this incubation hub, which is funny because he has millions of subs, it's probably, you know, there's a real like Brian Tyler Cohen also doesn't talk about Gaza. And David Pakman talks about it in a way that is so pro-Israel. I mean, I remember being shocked that anyone called themselves liberal who was his age and would talk about it that way. Like I thought, like, just don't talk about it. I remember being shocked, but this is really embarrassing. And I don't think he's done a mea culpa on this issue.
I'm just disgusted by what he said. And when he's talking about like the terrorist authoritarian regime, I mean, that is Israel in this situation. So I don't even know what to say to that clip. It's appalling. And I think, I mean, this is why transparency is so important. Like if these creators, and I know that Gaza has been like a big topic of conversation among this, like how many of these creators have spoken about Gaza? How many haven't? There are a couple creators that are saying, oh, well, look at here, I spoke about Gaza XYZ. We don't know the full list of content creators in the Chorus program. The 1630 Fund and Chorus have not released that list. So we can't accurately judge the ideological makeup until we see that list. And so far what we've seen is a bunch of creators, I think, that do share a certain agenda, ideology, or sort of viewpoint about the world are included in the program. And so we just have to speculate, you know, in the meantime, because we just don't know. And that is why transparency is so important. We should know who all these creators are that received funding. We should know that they received funding, how much. They should be transparent with that. And Chorus and the 1630 Fund should be transparent about what qualifications there are for getting into this program. You know,
the answer is it's a nepotism factory. The answer is it is an idea. What they want are shills. They want people that will sell out for money, and they want people that are not, you know, autistic enough to have any values or beliefs. They want people that just want to make money as an influencer and are willing to say anything to get that job.
They need to talk about that and say, how did we evaluate this, and how did we decide who is going to get this money?
Yeah. Again, it's really interesting that no one really was talking about. I mean, not a lot of these people weren't talking about Chorus until your article came out.
Well, and now they'll say, well, Chorus was always public. Sure. Right. Again, Chorus was public. I wrote about Chorus. The New York Times wrote about Chorus. The point is that this funding scheme was not public. And that is what is newsworthy, is this undisclosed funding scheme.
So I want to play another video from someone.
Because their views are not popular enough to have an audience that will organically fund it, right? Like their views are not popular enough to have an audience that will organically fund their show. So therefore, they need this billionaire money. And what do they get in exchange for the billionaire money? Propaganda. They spread the propaganda the billionaires want you to spread because they're not organically popular enough. So they have to force it down your throats, which is why they use these strategies. That's what it's about.
And who's another, I guess, Chorus support.
I always hear that Taylor is a questionable figure for people, but look into her background. I don't get why people don't like her on the left. The only thing that people don't like about Taylor is that she is a bit of a gadfly. And she's like, she strongly believes in like returning to much more stricter pandemic level controls to avoid the spread of COVID. And a lot of people are just like, they're not into that. It's not even that they're like disputing her arguments. They're just saying, no, She's saying we should be masking, we should be testing, we should be treating COVID like it's still an active pandemic. And people say no because they're done with it. They have accepted the risk of COVID at an endemic level. And she's saying, no, we should be taking COVID more seriously. And the reality is there's nowhere in the world that is doing what she's saying. And so that's the friction. The friction is between it's not her arguments are necessarily wrong. It's just nobody's doing it. And so, you know, it is what it is. That's what people don't like. And I'm being completely transparent because I like her. And I hope that she can listen to what I'm saying and not be offended by it, because I don't think that she's wrong per se. It's just society is willing to take the risk. Is that eugenicist? Is that mean to people that are immunocompromised? Yeah, it is. Our society is fundamentally cruel toward people that are vulnerable, that are immunodeficient. That's what we're really talking about. It sucks.
Course content creator. Her name is Allie O'Brien. And she, I think, thought she was refuting your reporting, but you guys can take a look and see what you have to say. So this is a video that she posted August 29th.
They'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program or that Chorus existed. No. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024.
That's the public program. That's the public program. So she's, again, look, the website, this is the public program. That's not the secret. That's never been the secret. It's the funding scheme that's the secret. And no one, since the article came out, I have said publicly so many times, show me one video where any of these creators, admitted that they were part of this, like disclosed that they were part of this funding scheme.
Right.
None of them did, because that's why my articles was a scoop.
Right.
None of them did. That is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured.
This is just a fucking bald-faced lie. This is just liberal idpol bullshit. Oh, we have a program that's intended to boost creator growth, but then, we wanted to keep it secret so that these creators would stay small. It doesn't even make sense on its face. It's just total bullshit. It's TikTok Tumblr slop.
On a huge page and then suddenly have an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious.
Okay, so yeah, this is my favorite.
This is so ridiculous because she's like, guys, it was never a secret. I just had to check with them because it was a secret. And it was a secret because actually trans small creators in red states. Who are these small trans creators in red states? They still have not been named. What are you talking about? We're talking about Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman. These are some of the biggest names on YouTube. Lee McGowan, Politics Girl. These are huge creators. Maybe there are some of these small creators in red states or whatever, that are receiving the smaller end of that scheme. I would argue, again, that is not an argument to participate in these non-disclosure schemes. This just goes back to the thing that we saw on Threads, where they're just well, actually, this program supports Black women, whatever, even though the program is, as far as we can tell, overwhelmingly white. It's okay, so, but are you arguing that because of somebody's marginalized identity, they should be able to participate in non-disclosure, schemes? This doesn't make any sense. And actually, it erodes trust because we need to know who's in these programs. How many trans creators? Or were there any? We don't know. We don't know how many white people. We don't know how many Black. We just don't know because it's not public. And so I just think it's crazy how she's guys, this was never a secret. And we could talk about it whenever we want. But actually, we were prevented from talking about it. And that's to protect the small, trans creators.
Okay, let's keep watching.
Secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number 2, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the contract right here. Okay. I'll talk through it in a minute.
By the way, the best journalists are going to be a little bit disagreeable. The best journalists are going to be a little bit shitters. You know what I mean? The best journalists are going to be kind of people that are a little bit disagreeable. Of course.
But first, let me show you.
If you go back a second, you can actually see what's above her head. Oh, Wait, sorry. Go to where she pulls up the contract. It's 1 second.
Katie.
It's right after that.
Sorry, Taylor. They don't allow you to like really finely.
The program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again.
Here.
There you go.
Okay, so right there, above her head, while she's saying, guys, this is not what it claims. Please read what she says. What it says under book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators. Contractor agrees to 1, use the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. What is Chorus's policy agenda? I asked them, they didn't get back to me. And 3, and basically it says like loop them in on these engagements.
Right.
So she's saying like it's crazy because she's like, guys, look, this isn't true. Here's the contract saying that it's true.
Right. Okay. More damning evidence against you, Taylor.
I literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him because Chorus does not control who I interview.
Oh, stop. This email is from June 2nd, before the program even began. Okay. By the way. Wow. So I just want to know.
So she's just lying? She's just blatantly fucking lying? Oh my God.
That.
Post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurt out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda. That contractor, that's me.
Collaborate fully with Chorus regarding
right?
such separately engaged agreements. See the bottom that she's covering up? Collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged agreements. Sorry, just like she's negating her, like that text literally negates what she's claiming. And she can argue that they never enforced it if she wants, but that is what the contract says. And we were reporting on the contract.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's not a defense. Like you're not lying. If these people were able to not comply with parts of the contract, that doesn't mean that what you said is in the contract is not true.
Exactly.
I just arrange it myself with a congressperson. I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally, I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like, here it is clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false. Like, that is quite concerning.
We never said that they couldn't book it themselves. It says right there that you have to loop them in. And she's even acknowledging like, oops, I forgot to do that, knowing that she's supposed to do that because that's what it says right there.
Did you write the script for her so someone could release a video claiming?
I wish they would release their full contract.
Right.
They should post the full contract.
Journalistic integrity. Like, I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on.
Chat, this is a really important moment. This is a really important moment because I have declared Maple Takes to be VIP. Everybody at Maple Takes until his ears explode. Everybody at Maple Takes until his ears explode. Excuse me. I VIP'd a Canadian. This goes against every instinct I have in my heart. Everything that every part of my heart is telling me it's wrong, but my mind is telling me it's right. A Canadian I like. It's a lot rarer than a diamond, I can tell you that. Sean says his sources said that Chorus bribed Allie with the highest sponsorship after she called them out for including her on her site, and she accepted it. So she's an actual sellout. I don't have any direct knowledge myself. I mean, she has 600,000 followers.
I really grew up thinking there was some kind of global consensus that Jenna Salide was bad. The silence from Gaza isn't the sound of calm. It's the sound of journalists being unalived so their voices can't reach you. Cardinal
I heard recently that like saying Jenna's lied or sewer slide or Gaza, or like killed or whatever, doesn't actually matter. Like that it doesn't actually hurt you. It's just some sort of like, it's like almost like a TikTok conspiracy theory. It's like not like it doesn't actually censor you because it's very easy. Like unalived has been around for so long. Like TikTok could easily add that in 5 minutes to whatever filter Like if they don't want people talking about death or killing, they could easily just put unalived in the same filter. That it's kind of just dumb. It's almost like a shibboleth of showing that you know TikTok stuff.
We had a lawyer review it, by the way. It was reviewed by a lawyer.
Also so condescending.
So
article is just written like, you know, this group, they
we never said that they couldn't book it themselves. It says right there that you have to loop them in. And she's even acknowledging like, oops, I forgot to do that, knowing that she's supposed to do that because that's what it says right there.
Right. Did you write this script for her so someone could release a video claiming
I wish they would release their full contract.
Right.
They should post the full contract.
Journalistic integrity. Like, I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on.
We had a lawyer review it, by the way. It was reviewed by a lawyer.
Also so condescending.
The article is just written like, you know, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening.
That's what control means. Your boss controls you. YouTube and TikTok and Twitter and Amazon control the people that are on the platform. I'm being controlled right now. I can't say what I believe. I'm being sent every single day I go live. I'm being censored. You know that, right? Like, all of you understand that I can't say what I really believe, right? You understand that I can't tell you what needs to be done. It's not allowed. I'm being censored every single fucking day. I work around it. In many ways, it probably makes me a better streamer that I am being censored. It's probably good. I'm probably more approachable and are better optically because I'm being censored. Because if I wasn't censored, I'd have like 5,000 clips that would be used against me so that people would never even listen to anything I said because of the 5,000 clips.
If there's someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people or...
The TikTok speak was confirmed to work. Oh, I think it works because it puts you in videos of other people saying unalived. It puts you in videos of other people saying sewer slide. It puts you in videos of other people that are like talking about these, you know, the genocide of Gaza. And so because you're using the stupid TikTok words, you get put in the algorithm with other people using the stupid TikTok words. And that creates like an algorithmic engagement that then boosts you more. I think it works from that side. I don't think it works because it's being censored necessarily. Although there may be some, oh, wait, I just had an explosion of realization. Oh my God, I figured it out. Okay, this is why it works. Okay, TikTok is selling ads to advertisers. And they say, whenever they sell ads to advertisers, we will not allow anybody to say suicide, killed, murder, genocide, blah, 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 blah. There's like all sorts of banned topics, right? In the advertisers. And so TikTok, so the advertisers agree to that. And TikTok puts up some sort of like barely sentient bot that prevents that content from getting advertised on, right? But they know that creators are going around that by using these like TikTok terms. But TikTok doesn't give a shit because they have plausible deniability. It's a ask for forgiveness, not permission situation where TikTok knows that you're using these terms. They know that the terms mean suicide, but they intentionally don't give a fuck because they have the, oh, we don't allow suicide to be advertised on. And if a advertiser ever complained, then TikTok is like, oh, we're sorry. They evaded our filter mechanism by using sewer slide. And basically the advertisers never fucking complain unless there's a backlash to a video that they're advertising on. So the advertisers get to tell their shareholders that they're not advertising on problematic content. And so everybody can kind of like point the finger at each other and no one's to blame. And that lets advertisers advertise on content that's a little bit outside their content guidelines, so they get it in front of more eyes. And it happens to be that the content that's outside guidelines is also the most interesting and the most engaging. So TikTok wants you to watch that content and they want to be able to sell ads.
It's a different
but
contract.
you're giving them plausible deniability. So it works because it lets you talk about controversial concepts while being advertised on, while being more engaging. Oh my God, this is so simple. Why did I figure this before? I'm going to start saying sewer slide. I'm going to start saying unalived. I get it now. This is capitalism in a nutshell. Perfect. Okay, before I thought it was cringe, but now I get it. I understand the system now. I unlocked it.
they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this.
Holy shit, that may be one of the funniest, best emotes I've ever seen. What the fuck? Is this part of Vio's new set of brand new creative emotes? This is so cute. What the fuck? I've seen so many hyper blankies all over the internet. Like hyper blankies is one of the most common emotes on Twitch. Don't you guys agree? This is like the best hyper blankies I've ever seen. Like everybody has a hyper blankies. One of the things I really love about Twitch is actually unironically emote culture, because it allows us to do so many different derivative works, so many different creative spins. And it could also be a way of signaling your status as a member of like a group of streamers. Like I'll give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The L emotes, the hostile emote. I think Denims has an emote. I have a DSAL, the hostile, DSAL, VOL. I love the fact that all of us could take this, you know, this hostile emote and we all make our own spin, right? We all get to, there's the Nefel. I love that one. That's a great one. Moon has it. Moon has one. I mean, so many people have these little, and I love this. I love that everybody could take emotes that other people made. And as long as you don't like download somebody else's emote and upload it as your own, that's theft. But if like taking someone else's emote and developing your own is one of the basic things of being a Twitch streamer and like Twitch culture, you know, like Pepe itself is one of these really interesting story. Because like originally Pepe was this cartoon made by this kind of like cool guy. It's like a cartoon, and then it was taken by 4chan, and then the 4chan Nazis stole the Pepe and they made it into like a super Nazi dog whistle. And then the original creator of Pepe, he went back and he fought against the Nazis. And then we on the left, especially on Twitch, me and Hassan, especially early on, like 6-7 years ago, we took Pepe back. And now Pepe is no longer associated with the far right. And everybody loves Pepe now. People forgot that Pepe used to be a right-wing dog whistle. Pepe used to be a 4chan Nazi thing. But now we've reclaimed Pepe back to what the original author believes. Isn't that great? Isn't that amazing? So I love that everybody has kind of developed their own derivative emotes. And I love that creative space where everybody can feel safe making their own derivative works, making their own takes on other people's emotes. I mean, people did that with like VO, for example. Oh, let me tell you an example of this. Everybody spin your nose in the chat. If you've got VO emotes, first of all, how do you not? What the fuck's wrong with you? Everybody VO spin. If you don't have a VO emote, are you even a Mike from PA fan? Everybody spin. Get your VO spins in. VO spins. Get the VO spins flying. Okay, so VO made this emote, VO spin. And her chatters used to go all around Twitch, putting it in people's chats and watching streamers react to it, because it kind of looks like a penis, right? At the first glance, right? And she had so many funny reactions to VO spin, right? And then a Japanese chatter of ours went into Japanese chats and they were using VO spin. And then all these like Japanese streamers who don't speak any English started, like, they became obsessed with the VO spin emote, and they started making their own spins with their own face, where they would have a big nose doing the floppy nose. Now, some people would look at that and they would say, like, if you don't understand Twitch, you would be like, oh my God, I can't believe they stole VO's emote. But if you understand Twitch culture, it was actually a homage. It was an appreciation thing. It was like, and when they started making their emotes, and then all of a sudden these Japanese streamers who don't speak a lick of English were raiding into VO's stream. And then there was this huge VO spin. They're like, the nose emotes were blowing up on all these big streamers in Japan. And it all came back to VO. And so it was this amazing moment. It's one of those moments that made me really love Twitch. Because we do that kind of thing, we can like make connections with people that have a very similar personality and vibe, and we don't even speak each other's language. But because of the mimetic language of Twitch, we're able to make those connections and make those friends. And the way they all had a VO emote, which was a spinning nose of themselves, that was fucking amazing. That was like one of my best experiences on Twitch. So whenever I see an emote of somebody that I really fuck with, I love to make my own derivative emote, which is I hire an artist. there's this really great artist chat if you're trying to get emotes made called Feed Me Don't Kill Me. They are a really cool marginalized artist, and they have made so many cool emotes for me. Make sure that you guys, I'm going to shout out Feed Me Don't Kill Me, marginalized leftist. I think you guys definitely should follow them. I don't want to, you know, dox them too much. Why no mic spin emote? Oh my God, why don't I have a DSA VO? What the fuck? That's such a good point. I'm an idiot. I see, the thing is, I don't give a shit. I'm so lazy with my emotes. Like, for example, chat, DSA Ding is a Feed Me emote. I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Feed Me, I hope I'm not wrong. I'm pretty sure DSA Ding is a Feed Me emote. Like, look how cool this is. I got this emote when Romeo was sick. I used it to I ripped off VO's Ding emote. The VO Ding emote, I wanted a DSA Ding, so I stole hers and I made this. He also did DSA 7, DSA FP, and DSA Raid. All of those are some of my favorites. DSA 7, DSA. So Feed Me Don't Kill Me. If you are a streamer and you don't have a Feed Me Don't Kill Me emote, I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. If you don't have a Feed Me Don't Kill Me emote, don't ask me to collab. Don't ask me to collab unless you have a Feed Me Don't Kill Me emote. Period. And like DSA FP, honestly, every time I see that emote, it kind of makes me tear up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It really does. I'm not even kidding. Because, you know, we miss the boy. And I'm just so proud that we can plant our flag as being a free Palestine channel anywhere on Twitch. You know what I mean? We get to plant that flag. I use it so much. And I think Feed Me Don't Kill Me also made VO's VOFP flag. Anyway, sorry for going off on that tangent, chat, but I just wanted to talk about emotes on Twitch and the culture of emotes. And I want to say that I understand how hard it is to be an artist in this day and age. So many people are using AI for their emotes. So many people are using AI art. And I make sure that every single one of my emotes is made by a human being because I value it. I value human beings. I value artists, and I want to pay artists, and I love artists. But I also love the nature of Twitch and the way that it's what I conceive to be a true socialist idea of art. A socialist idea of art is that the artist is given credit, but we also derive from each other, that true creative works come from previous creative expression, and then we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I think the capitalist property, like intellectual property regime that we have today is actually disgusting and makes art worse. Because we can't have derivative works. We have this slop where everybody's trying to maintain their property and everything is siloed off. And to have to have Batman fighting Iron Man requires mega corporations to fucking sign off and make a multi-billion-dollar deal. We just can't make our own stories with these characters. We are all siloed in these little silos. And so whenever I see a liberal who's trying to push liberal conceptions of intellectual property onto this space, it grosses me out. Because honestly, guys, Twitch, we don't treat intellectual property like the capitalists want you to. We're very loose with reactions, which is one of the most popular things to watch on any streaming site or video site is reaction content. That shit technically is probably questionable. There's an open question with whether or not that actually does count as fair use, whether or not it is actually legal. Or another example of that is playing video games on stream. That, without a doubt, playing a video game on stream violates intellectual property law. When I play a video game on stream, I am violating that video game's intellectual property rights. 100,000%. They could sue me for copyright infringement and they would win unless they gave me express consent to stream it. The Avalanche's second album took over a decade to come out because they needed to get the clearance for the samples. God, that sucks. All right, sorry for getting off on that tangent, chat, but I just wanted to say I saw a VO emote and I just wanted to say if you better fucking subscribe to VO.
Contract, and you can catch me on the
we never said in the contract.
One of my favorite examples is of animators deriving from each other. Oh yeah, look how many different How many different properties did the motorcycle slide? I can't believe they stole the motorcycle slide shot. That's so fucking dope. We, you know, in art, we call this a homages. We call this inspiration. You maybe even call it derivative. But it is, when you see when you see a piece of art and it creates this new frontier of interpretation or perspective, being an artist and being inspired by that is what art is. That's the human aspect. It's part of it is your curating your inspirations and your homages and the ideas that are inflecting on you. That's what makes you a human being. I don't want to live in a world without that.
We never said anywhere in the story that they're not allowed to criticize Democrats. Like, we don't even make that allegation at all.
Someone keeps asking, what's that part that says no payments? I don't know what that is.
I can pull it up. Hold on a second.
This is just so embarrassing.
Oh yeah. So this is a part where it's talking about chorus funds cannot be used to pay to pay to boost their content online. It's not relevant to any of what we're talking about.
Did we play all the parts that are relevant, or should we keep playing?
We can keep playing. She just keeps going. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we've got some more.
Okay, great.
Making fun of Andrew Cuomo, pissed at Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can, but feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus—
I don't pay you to make a video. I make you to make videos. I'm not, sir, you're arresting me for soliciting a prostitute, but I was just going to take this young woman out to a nice dinner, and then she was going to spend the night in my hotel room. If we had sex, then it was just a natural, we just vibed, sir. I wasn't paying her $1,000 for her, for sex. It was for her company. Why are you arresting me?
Doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video, and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, your partnership labels work. But I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized, and this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section. I accidentally
Can I say something really quick?
Of course.
Okay, so first of all, she's so condescending, it's absurd. We never, yes, the point is, as I've said many times, they were never paid to post this specific, right? They were never given like, here is the copy that you must post, and you—
Yo, Gopnik raid! Finally, some fucking leftists in here. Finally, some fucking leftists. Hugo, you need to get me, everybody stand up and listen. Everybody stand up and fucking salute right fucking now. That's such a good fucking anthem. I miss Tito, chat. I miss Tito. I miss Tito. Which takes me to, let's just hard pivot to, did you guys talk about the meeting in
China is celebrating the anniversary of victory in World War II.
Oh shit. We gotta watch this we gotta watch this. Now that the Ugoptic guys are here. Oh, we gotta watch this. Oh, this isn't good. Hold on. No, I don't want the Singapore one. I don't want them from the Chinese news one. Wait, hold on. The BBC did a report. Oh wait, the BBC did a report. Okay, I might have to watch the BBC report. Hold on.
China's President Xi Jinping has said the world faces a choice of peace or war as he watched a huge parade of Chinese military might flanked by Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. It marks the first time the three leaders have been seen together. President Xi said that humanity was again faced with a choice of peace or war, and that common security could only be safeguarded when nations across the world treat each other as equals. Donald Trump has reacted to the meeting on social media, accusing the three presidents of conspiring against the US. The massive military parade commemorates 80 years since the formal surrender of the Japanese at the end of the Second World War. President Xi said his country is unstoppable and will never be intimidated by bullies as he unveiled China's arsenal of weapons, including nuclear missiles with global reach. Well, let's go live then to Beijing and my colleague Steve Lai, who's been covering these events.
That's it? We're not going to see any cool part of it? Okay. Hold on. You guys are so whiny. I wish the BRICS was as cool as everybody thinks it is. I wish that BRICS was as cool as Americans pretend it is.
And bilateral trade reached over 17.
Okay, this is all the leaders walking.
International organization legacies.
Well, I think they are the true Chinese nationals and our heroes. But allow me to mention, behind these veterans, I also see those who fell on the battleground, who really sacrificed their lives for the Chinese nation. So I think we not only see these veterans.
China was the first country to fight fascism and militarism. China's World War II is a hell of a lot fucking longer than the US's World War II. And they lost a lot more people.
True representative of those heroes fighting against Japanese aggressors.
Compare this to the American parade. Get so mad at this shit. It's one of the funniest things. As a white man, white people get so fucking mad at this shit. It's crazy. Like I'm always surprised. But white people will get instantly enraged by this. This is a song about the beginning of World War II in 1931. America wouldn't join World War II until 10 years later. I personally consider that to be the start of World War II, is when Japan invaded China. Some Eurocentrics point to the invasion of Poland in 1939, but I think that's wrong. When you're looking at this, just understand that this is what is considered to be a peer to the American military. So when you're thinking of revolting against the American state, you need to have a military capability that is better than this. Favorite things is white people saying it's AI because they can't cope. Watch the full choral part. Let's see, where else should we skip together to? Oh, okay. So that's the dove of peace. We got time going by. Decades are going by.
The commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War now begins. Please all rise and stand at attention. Fire the gun salute.
An
80-gun salute is fired to mark the 80 years since the victory of the War of Resistance. The thunder of guns resembles roars of soldiers on the battleground. It is also like a song of triumph, transcending the time and space to tell our fallen heroes. China today is a great country with majestic mountains and rivers, and its people are full of pride and ambition.
Great changes have taken place over the 80 years from 1945 to 2025. Today, China is safeguarding world peace and contributing to the progress of human civilization with fearless strength and determination. The Great Wall symbolizes the unyielding spirit of the Chinese nation. This great nation never bows to any enemy or any force. Those who dare to invade us are doomed to crash into the Iron Great Wall with bloodshed.
Chinese people's deep love towards the motherland can be seen from the steadfast gaze of the honor guards. When their patriotism erupts like a volcano, there will be no insurmountable hurdles or unachievable feats for them. The wheel of history never stops. Under the strong leadership of the Communist Party of China, the Chinese nation, with a firm grip on its own destiny, is marching forward staunchly and proudly.
From the monument of the people's heroes to the national flagpole, and from the great victory to the great rejuvenation, the Chinese nation has walked a long way of innumerable difficulties and hardships.
This is a road to national independence and people's liberation. It is also a road to national dignity, prosperity, and strength, and a road to Chinese modernization and a global community with a shared future.
The national anthem, March of the Volunteers, which was born during wartime, will soon be played. It was written in 1935 in the early years of the war against Japanese aggression.
Embarrassing, man. And America's doing a fucking genocide on kids, man. $1 trillion to kill kids.
Raise the national flag and sing the national anthem. Please be seated.
They've seen a lot of shit, man.
I invite General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee, President of the People's Republic of China, and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, Comrade Xi Jinping, to deliver an important speech. All my fellow Chinese across the nation, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and representatives of international organizations, distinguished guests, all officers and soldiers participating in the parade, comrades and friends. Today, we gather here to solemnly commemorate the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against the Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. It is an occasion for us to remember history, honor fallen heroes, cherish peace, and create a better future. On behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the National People's Congress, the State Council, the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, and the Central Military Commission, I would like to pay high tribute to our veteran soldiers and comrades, patriots, and officers who fought in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, and to the Chinese nationals from home and abroad who made important contributions to our victory. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to foreign governments and friends that supported and assisted the Chinese people in resisting aggression. I also extend a warm welcome to our guests from around the world who are with us today. Comrades and friends, the Chinese People's War of Resistance against the Japanese aggression was the great war fought with tenacity and valor. Under the banner of the National United Front against Japanese aggression, established at the initiative of the Communist Party of China, the Chinese people stood up to fight the formidable enemy with an iron will and formed a great war with flesh and blood to defend the nation, and ultimately achieved the first complete victory in resisting foreign aggression in modern times.
The best way to reach out to me is to be a member of my community in good standing for a long time. That's the best way. If you legitimately want to know how to reach out to large content creators or medium-sized content creators who have long established communities, the best way is to be there for a long time as a supportive member and contribute and be trusted. That's the best way. Because necessarily I have to put up a certain level of protection.
The Chinese People's War of Resistance against the Japanese aggression was an important part of the World Anti-Fascist War. With huge national sacrifice, the Chinese people made major contributions to saving human civilization and safeguarding world peace. History cautions us that humanity rises and falls together. Only when all countries and nations treat each other as equals, coexist in peace, and support each other, can we uphold common security, eradicate the root cause of war, and prevent the reoccurrence of historical tragedies. Comrades and friends, the Chinese nation is the great nation that is never intimidated by any bullies and always values independence and forges ahead. In the past, when faced with critical struggles between good and evil, light and darkness, progress and reaction, the Chinese people rallied together to defy the enemy. They fought for the survival of the country, for the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, and for justice of the whole humanity. Today,
you keep your speeches short.
Humanity again has to choose between peace and war, dialogue and confrontation, win-win cooperation and zero-sum game. The Chinese people firmly stand on the right side of history and the progress of human civilization. We will remain committed to the path of peaceful development and join hands with all peoples around the world in building a community with a shared future for humanity. The Chinese People's Liberation Army has been and will always be the heroic armed forces that the party and the people can fully trust and rely on. All service members should faithfully perform their sacred duties, speed up the building of a world-class military, and firmly safeguard China's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. All service members should provide strategic support for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and make greater contributions to the peace and development of the world.
World War II veterans, it's crazy, man.
History carries the legacy of the past and inspires the future. On a new journey in a new era, the Chinese people of all ethnic groups should, under the strong leadership of the Communist Party of China, follow Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, the theory of three represents, and the scientific outlook on development, and fully implement the thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics for the new era. We should stay firmly on the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics and carry forward the great spirit of the war of resistance. We should press ahead with enterprise and resolve, and advance in unity the cause of building China into a great country on all fronts and realizing great national rejuvenation through China's modernization. The great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation is irresistible. The noble cause of peace and development of humanity will prevail. The military parade now begins. Markers in position.
The parade guards mark positions and boundaries at the parade ground. 60 soldiers will line up in front of the eastern and western ornament columns on the Tiananmen Square.
I think all the members of the Central Committee are
marching with steadfast
PhDs.
footsteps and imposing bearing. The ironclad troops showcase their unshakable faith, strong conviction, strict discipline, and firm commitment to their duties.
Standing firm on the ground of the motherland and bearing the hope of the Chinese nation, the heroic People's Liberation Army has forged ahead dauntlessly throughout wars, achieving great historic feats for the party and the people.
The flags they have are the national flag.
At the solemn moment today,
They have the national flag, the party flag, and the military flag. That's why they have three flags.
As part of China's Central Committee, Chinese President and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, Xi Jinping. They are also ready to be reviewed by the party and the people.
This is the PLA flag right here, chat. Xi's gonna get on his Xi is about to do the most aura farming you've ever seen in your entire life. He has a special aura farming car. I saw it in the 75th anniversary parade. He's coming again, and it's the funniest shit ever. The aura farming car. It's like American president would never have the balls to be out and about. Like, I'm surprised Trump hasn't built one yet, to be honest. Okay, okay, here we go. I'm gonna skip ahead. It's like the take a shot, you better not miss car. Take a shot. I double dare you. This is what I need this card myself so I can stream when I'm going around my daily errands. This should be Hassan's daily driver, yeah. He has to inspect the military. The military's big. You think he's gonna walk? Take forever.
Comrade Chairman, the troops for review are fully prepared. Please proceed with the inspection. Chief Commander of the Parade, Han Zhengxuan. Let's begin.
So that's the party flag on the left, national flag in the middle, and the PLA flag on the right. They're red for socialism. That's why they're all on fields of red, because that is the traditional field of a socialist.
Next, President Xi will pay an eye salute to the party national and military flags.
I'm like, where are the potholes? Our streets never look this flat and straight. Somebody asked me, is Xi a military head? The answer is yes. He Xi is an expert on the fall of the Soviet Union. So he considers the lax political beliefs of the military to be a key factor in the collapse of the Soviet Union. So he considers having socialist military to be the most important thing. That's why he arrested a lot of generals when he got into power. Because they were not socialists, according to him.
In a typical back and forth, President Xi says, "Salute to you, comrades." And the soldiers reply, "Hail to Chairman." The president then says, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work." To which the soldiers reply, "We serve the people."
Imagine if there was a pothole. What do you think happens to the guy in charge of the roads if he hits a pothole? Somebody said straight to jail. The answer is, I can't answer because there isn't any potholes, so it's so hypothetical, I can't imagine it.
As you could hear right there, the phrase "serve the people" was written into the party constitution at the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China in 1945. Serving the people wholeheartedly was established as the fundamental principle of the party and the People's Liberation Army.
From my heart, not quite.
As President Xi's car rides past each segment of the troops, he greets the soldiers. The troops respond vociferously, paying respect and demonstrating their loyalty. These phrases are used in inspections, parades, and other military gatherings.
The PLA views itself not only as the defender of national sovereignty, but as an integral part of society with a direct responsibility to safeguard people's well-being. In peacetime, the Chinese military participates in missions that serve the people's interests, such as disaster relief. And all this has earned them the title, the most beloved people in China.
These are like Harbor Patrol subs. We got different drones. I heard that China is developing like undersea drones, so they're gonna have submarines that are permanent, like drones that are subs that are permanently underwater, and that they'll be recharging from like seabed charging stations, and they're gonna be patrolling for American submarines. Hung my heart? That's not quite what he said. You would think that we would have AI translation by now in YouTube videos. You know what I mean? Or that you'd be able to have a video with more than one language that was like properly translated. Why does everything suck? G looks like he's in pretty good shape. You know what I mean? Mike, I'm a professional translator, interpreter. Trust me, you don't want LLMs doing that shit. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure they're dog shit. Translation is more than just converting one word into another word. That's what people don't understand. And it's hard to explain unless your person is already bilingual.
Heading back to the Tiananmen rostrum.
Okay, I think he drives back and he says it again. Okay. Do not skip the part where they jump in the ramp. Yeah. Now she's about to hit a ramp, chat. Going 88 miles an hour. 1.21 gigawatts. Take a shot. I double dog dare you. Okay, we're back.
Army is known.
Got the fucking clarinets out, Chad. You know that's a band. but come on. Have you ever had someone play an oboe for you? That's sexy. Leave the saxophone at home.
The foot formations are now adjusting their lines. Vehicles and armaments are lining up. They will soon march to the Tiananmen rostrum.
The People's Liberation Army is known as the PLA. In 1927, its frontrunners were founded by the Communist Party of China. It was originally called the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army. This year marks the 98th anniversary of the founding of the PLA.
During the 14-year-long War of Resistance, under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army, together with the Chinese people, defeated the Japanese forces and enveloped the invaders. They asserted their role in the battlefields and achieved victory in the war for national liberation.
Saxophone is a
Since the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the PLA has also undertaken the tasks of national defense and socialist construction, while transforming itself into a more revolutionary and modernized military.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm fighting the military, the last thing I want on my side is somebody who knows how to fight. That's why all veterans, we need to push them out in favor of more book nerds.
Alongside the latest generation of conventional weapons, the parade will feature unmanned intelligence systems, underwater combat units, cyber and electronic forces, and hypersonic weapons, highlighting the PLA's growing capacity to harness emerging technologies, adapt to the evolving character of warfare, and prevail in future conflicts.
Just as China's weaponry has seen remarkable evolution over the years, the Chinese military has also continuously strengthened itself by reinforcing the primacy of political guidance and advancing comprehensive reforms.
That means no capitalists in the military.
China pursues a national defense policy that is defensive in nature. China will never seek hegemony, expansion, or spheres of influence.
Today, the PLA protects China and its people while making significant contributions to safeguarding world peace. It is the largest contributing country for peacekeepers among the permanent members of the UN Security Council.
China has formulated a three-step development strategy for modernizing national defense and the armed forces to achieve the centenarian goals of strengthening the PLA by 2027, realize the modernization of national defense and the armed forces by 2035, and fully build the military into a world-class one by 2050.
Chat. Keep
the
it clean.
centenary objectives state that by 2027, China will accelerate the integrated development of mechanization, informationization, and intelligentization, accelerate the modernization of military theory, organizational forms, personnel, and weaponry, and prioritize quality and efficiency to enhance operational efficiency of the military system.
This is
and optimize the utilization of defense resources and promote the synchronized growth of defense and economic strengths.
They're like meme and it's just like text. Meanwhile, the American parade is such a capitalist parade. Brought to you by Shitcoin in the UFC. Coinbase for the U.S. Army parade. There's this guy's fat guy stumbling around. I'm not even exaggerating, like that's real. Yes, I think it was literally sponsored by the UFC. The U.S. parade. These guys would never win a war against the U.S. All these flags are the different, they're the military branches. I'll explain what they are in turn. The first one is the Army.
Warplanes that form the aerial echelons will take off from several airports and fly over the Tiananmen Square.
A total of 45 formations and echelons are involved in the Grand Parade. During the parade march past, airborne flag-guarding echelons, foot formations, battle flag formations, armament columns, and aerial echelons will pass through or fly past Tiananmen Square in order. The parade is organized under a wartime command system and will involve thousands of troops, over 100 aircraft, and hundreds of ground armaments.
That just means socialism. It's hot. Everyone's sweating in their suit. Everybody got like a commemorative ball cap. I want one of those. Okay, we're waiting for we're waiting for the flyovers. I think the flyovers are on their way. I think that's what this is. As soon as I click, I know it's going to arrive.
Commence the march past.
Okay, so this is the Army. You can tell because they have the green.
Flag guides the direction. Flag pulls strength. The march past begins with the airborne flag guard echelon.
Accompanied by impassioned military music, the flag of the CPC, the national flag of the People's Republic of China, and the flag of the People's Liberation Army are fluttering high in the air. 26 helicopters form huge numerical shapes of 8 and 0. 3 helicopters are bearing the banners that read, "Justice will prevail, peace will prevail, the people will prevail." These messages are a great truth inspired by history, a solemn proclamation of the right course, and a clarion call in an era of peace and development.
The Chinese nation always cherishes peace and takes side with historical correctness, fairness, and justice. The People's Military will always be an iron great wall in defending national sovereignty, security, and development interests, as well as a pillar of world peace.
The woke is military. They're talking about peace. They're talking about justice. That's woke. They're saying fairness.
A total of 45 formations and echelons participate in the parade. And most of the weapons and equipment are shown to the public for the first time. It not only embodies the continuation of the heroic armed forces during the War of Resistance, but also demonstrates the new look of the People's Military in the new era with enhanced political awareness and its new structure and force composition, new progress and modernization, and new achievements in enhancing combat readiness.
So as you'll see, the communist flag is the first flag. The party flag is leading the people. It's number one, you know. Communism number one. That's the symbolism. And it's the nation.
First to be inspected are 13 foot formations. After a comprehensive and deepened reform, the People's Military has formed a new system of services and arms.
That's Marxist
4
Leninism.
service formations, 4 armed formations, and the formation of the armed police force will be holding their respective flags to make a group debut during the parade.
Trump is molding, yeah. Trump is molding. He said, the big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi will mention the massive support and blood with quotation marks, that the United States of America gave to China in order to help it secure its freedom from a very unfriendly foreign invader. Who invaded? Many Americans died in China's quest for victory and glory. I hope they are rightfully honored and remembered for their bravery and sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, as you conspire against the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. He molded. He fucking molded.
Holding high the party, national, and military flags, the formation of the Guard of Honor of the PLA is marching toward us. The People's Armed Forces, under the leadership of the CPC, are always the defenders of the country, socialism, and people's interests.
Formation is marching towards us as the earliest armed forces established and led by the party. The PLA army fought the enemies fearlessly and achieved immortal feats through countless battles. In the new era, the army is transforming itself fast to operate in multiple domains.
In typical communist fashion, the flags are very easy to understand. You'll honestly be able to tell me exactly what each branch is by the flag. What is this, chat?
Now coming is the Navy formation. Breaking the waves and navigating to the deep blue, the PLA Navy has comprehensively strengthened its maritime deterrent and combatant capabilities to safeguard peace and stability at the sea, moving fast to become a world-class naval force.
up next is the Air Force formation. Building a strong Air Force has been the unremitting pursuit of the party and the people. Taking off in times of wars and sharpening its edge through battles, the PLA Air Force is making great strides towards integrating air and space capabilities and coordinating offensive and defensive operations.
Now under inspection is the Rocket Force formation. As a core force of China's strategic deterrence, the PLA Rocket Force serves as the strategic support of China's status as a big power and an important cornerstone to safeguard national security. It strives to become a modern armed force with both nuclear and conventional capabilities and able to deter wars in all battle spaces.
This one. Coast Guard? Maybe? I don't know this one.
The Aerospace Force formation is making their debut in the parade.
Must be new. Okay,
as a new domain, new quality force advocating peaceful utilization of space. PLA Aerospace Force safeguards the lasting peace and common security of space and offers strategic support for being a great power in aerospace.
Also making its debut is the Cyberspace Force formation.
Okay.
China advocates building a peaceful, secure, open, cooperative, and orderly cyberspace. Through building a cyber Great Wall, China decisively safeguards its network security and sovereignty in the digital battlefield.
Is everybody as PLA a similar height? The answer is you sort people by height. So you sort people by height, and that way people that are very close to your height are the person next to you. Everybody's sorted by height.
The Information Support Force formation is also making its debut at the Tiananmen Square. As a brand new strategic arm, the PLA Information Support Force is capable of capturing information heights, strives for innovation and development, and provides support to win informationized and intelligent wars in multiple domains.
Me, I'm a plane autist, chat. I like planes. This is the militia, I think.
Now receiving inspection is the Joint Logistic Support Force formation.
Okay.
From self-reliance during the War of Resistance all the way to becoming part of the synchronized operational systems and providing effective and precise assistance in the new era, the PLA Joint Logistic Support System has made new strides.
I think. Keep thinking it's the militia, but.
Now under inspection is the Armed Police Force formation. From metropolises to remote coastal areas, the People's Armed Police Force, either performing regular duties, handling emergencies, or engaging in rescue operations, is dedicated to safeguarding national security and social stability and ensuring people's well-being. Distinguished by its versatility and effectiveness in maintaining stability, the Armed Police Force is always a loyal guard of the party and the people.
Next comes the Reserve Force formation. new types of reserve forces have been fully integrated into the leadership and command systems of the military. And they are ever prepared to fight and carry out the missions of the people's military in coordination with the active duty forces in the new era.
Foundation of victory. Now marching forward is the militia formation.
There it is.
The militia women are from the major wartime counter-Japanese base areas across China. During the War of Resistance, Chinese people, regardless of their gender or ages, acted as one in safeguarding their homes. The red genes have passed on from one generation to another. In the new era, the militia forces provide backup services during peaceful time.
China has been contributing to maintaining world peace. The peacekeeping force formation is marching towards us. China is the largest troop-contributing country for peacekeeping among the permanent members of the UN Security Council. Having participated in UN peacekeeping operations for 35 years, the Chinese peacekeeping forces have confronted daunting challenges and fulfilled their missions. The forces have guarded world peace without hesitating to sacrifice their lives and demonstrated through their action how China assumes its responsibility as a major power, making great contributions to building a community with a shared future for humanity.
This is the hardest part of soft power. If you get chat, peacekeeping is not. It's pretty hard. Everybody's hot. Humid in Beijing. Surprised no one passed out.
With majestic bearing, the 7 combat groups of the armament formations, led by the Banner Formation, are ready to be revealed. Once utilizing inferior weapons during the War of Resistance, the PLA has accelerated to develop new weapons, including massively deployed killer heavyweight weapons, thus being better equipped to deter enemies and win the war.
The Banner Formation showcases 80 honorary banners of the hero unit troops, bearing glory from the past. The banners symbolize heroism and victory and will always propel the People's Army to forge ahead.
4 formations of the Land Combat Group are ready to be revealed.
These are actual tankies,
Marching
Chad.
towards
I've been
us
called
is
a
the
tanky
ground
before,
assault
but these are
formation,
the real
grouped in
tankies.
an arrow-shaped array. The Type 99B tank features strong striking abilities and powered with information. The Type 100 tank and Type Type 100 fighting vehicle are highly intelligent and capable of coordinated combat. The new generation armaments of the PLA Army's ground assault forces demonstrate the strong ability of capturing strongholds with mobility and piercing fortification.
Coming up next is the amphibious assault vehicle formation, made up of amphibious wheeled armored assault vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and self-propelled howitzers. Capable of storming the shoreline for assault with strong mobility and flexibility, they are key armaments for the Marine Corps to take the lead in landing operations and make key area seizure.
Marching towards us is the imposing airborne assault formation. Diverse airborne armaments in the formation are able to make long-distance air drops and provide heavy-equipped maneuvering support. They are sharp weapons for the Army to make rapid response and deep strike.
The last time the U.S. fought China, we suffered our worst defeat in the U.S. Marine Corps' history. That was right after the Civil War.
Marching forward is the formation of long-range artillery for subjugation and precision strike. The two types of 191 box-shaped rocket artilleries are capable of making strike and providing support, expanding the Army's capability in terrestrial battle.
Next to be reviewed are three formations of the Maritime Combat Group.
I just love watching this parade with you guys. It's so funny. It's legitimately funny to watch this parade. Somebody link me the American parade again.
First comes the carrier-based air defense weapon formation. Being reviewed are four types of armaments that compose a three-dimensional system for air defense covering all ranges. The carrier-based laser weapons are strongly capable of precision destruction and consistent strike, defining the new landscape in maritime attack and defense.
The anti-ship missile formation consists of NG-15 missile and NG-19, NG-17, and NG-20 hypersonic missiles. The missiles can be deployed on multiple platforms, such as carrier-based aircraft, surface vessels, and submarines. Featuring long-range strike, fast speed, and strong destruction, they're sharp weapons for striking enemies on the sea.
And we spend so much more on the military than the Chinese do. It's not even funny. Like, I think it's like 3 times as much. Yeah, they had lasers. We showed lasers. Yeah, they showed lasers.
Now on parade is the underwater weapon formation. Light and heavy torpedoes, as well as torpedoes propelled by rockets, are able to strike vessels and destruct undersea targets. The new special purpose naval mines can autonomously identify and attack targets. They are key forces for guarding strongholds and making raids in naval warfare.
Formations of the Air Defense and Anti-Missile Operations Group will be inspected. Here comes the early warning detection formation. The 4 types of weapons that are being inspected are all new generations of domestically made, highly mobile radar. In group coordination, they can detect stealth aircraft and ballistic missiles far and near. They provide early warning for the country's airspace and aerial security.
Under review now is the anti-aircraft combat formation. It's a heroic unit which has accomplished glorious wartime feats. 6 types of ground-to-air missiles, including Hongqi-20, Hongqi-19, and Hongqi-29, are now being made public at Tiananmen. They can carry out multi-range and multi-layered anti-ballistic defense, capable of fighting against all range threats from the air.
It's supposed to be an anti-ballistic system.
Here comes the anti-drones formation, set to defend the low-altitude domain. It includes anti-drones missile and artillery systems, high-energy laser weapons, and high-power microwave weapons. The trio can work together to disable and destroy enemy drones.
These must be the microwave ones.
Next to be reviewed is the Information Warfare Group, which consists of 3 formations. Driving towards us is the Cyberspace Combat Formation. The 4 types of equipment being inspected can command and control, detect and sense, and carry out cyber and electronic countermeasures in an integrated way. It is a new force that consolidates cyber defense and empowers joint force operations.
Here comes the electronic countermeasure formation. 5 types of their key equipment are displayed. They can detect and monitor all frequencies and subdue the enemy forces precisely. They're capable of aerial and space countermeasures and disconnecting the enemy networks. They are a crucial force in securing victory on joint multi-domain battlefields.
Now we have the Information Support Formation. It is made up of vehicles capable of cloud computing, digital intelligence, forming air-ground networks, and integrating information on the battlefield. They can quickly establish new types of internet communication systems to support joint operations.
Next to be inspected is the Unmanned Combat Group, consisting of 3 formations. First, we have the unmanned land combat formation. These unmanned vehicles can carry out various tasks such as reconnaissance, assaults, mine and bomb defusing and removal, and squad assistance. They can be operated remotely and are able to move independently, work flexibly in groups, and make intelligent maneuvers. With them, the Army can make coordinated operations between manned and unmanned forces.
Now approaching is the unmanned maritime combat formation. Being revealed now are new types of unmanned underwater vehicles and unmanned surface vehicles, as well as underwater mine deployment systems, which are capable of hidden deployment and blockade, independent target identification, and group-based attacks. They are extraordinary weaponry to win maritime combat.
Some drones as well.
Passing by next is the unmanned aerial combat formation. The new models of weaponry include reconnaissance and strike drones, unmanned wing planes, unmanned air domination planes, and unmanned aircraft carrier-borne helicopters. Covering a wide range of space, they can attack in a way that is difficult to be detected and can automatically coordinate with one another, creating a new model of future-oriented aerial combat scenario.
Unmanned helicopters is really interesting.
The two formations of the Logistics and Equipment Support Group are to be revealed. The Logistics Support Formation consists of field ambulances, field hospital installations, fuel transport and refueling vehicles, and field hot meal providing system. They have greatly enhanced modern logistics support for the troops.
Theo didn't feed me today. I'm starving. Can you whip me up something?
Among the equipment support formation are light repair vehicles, wheeled emergency rescue and repair vehicles, disassemble and assemble repair vehicles, and electromechanical maintenance vehicles. It's like an armored hospital for weapons and equipment.
This is what I think is kind of wild. Like, the United States cannot compete with China on manufacturing of stuff.
Next to be inspected is the Strategic Strike Group, consisting of four formations.
Doesn't matter how good the Japanese were at fighting with their weapons, they just didn't have as many, and they didn't have as many people. Like, the same logic that defeated Japan is the logic
we
that
have
would
the
defeat the US.
Cruise Missile Formation, with naval, air, and rocket forces being organized into a joint group. The Changjian 20A, Yingji 18C, Changjian 1000 missiles can implement long-range precision strikes, creating multi-domain deterrence.
More ships, more tanks, more boats, more everything. It just doesn't make sense to be aggressive.
Speed is key to victory. And now we have the hypersonic missile formation. The new types of missiles, Yingji-21, Dongfeng 17, and Dongfeng 26D, can fly at an extremely high speed, excel at breaking through blockage, and hit targets with high precision. They're vital to victory during all-weather combat.
Just cut that a little bit so you can hear me.
Coming up next for inspection is the first nuclear missiles formation. The heavyweight weapons in the group include Jinlei-1 air-based long-range missile, Julang-3 submarine-based intercontinental missile, Dongfeng 61 land-based intercontinental missile, and the new land-based intercontinental missile of Dongfeng 31. It's the first time that China showcases its nuclear force in land, sea, and air together. They are mighty strategic deterrents to safeguard national sovereignty and dignity.
Did I see the robot dogs? I did. Oh! Nuclear warhead? Nice.
Now coming to us is the second nuclear missiles formation. The Dongfeng 5C liquid intercontinental strategic nuclear missile can strike any target around the world with its extensive shooting range. It is capable of providing defense and deterrence at any minute. With these strategic heavyweight weapons in hand, China has forged a shield of peace to its safety. The people's military are loyally fulfilling their duties to safeguard the nation and its people, as well as world peace.
There's an N-word you can't say, it's nuclear. That's what I was thinking of.
Air echelons will soon arrive for inspection. The aircraft feature an early warning and reconnaissance, long-range strike, aerospace control operations.
Chinese planes are mid. Well, they just spanked the fuck out of U.S. planes and European planes in the Pakistan-India conflict. The Indians using European and American planes got slapped.
Support will show the PLA's increasing air combat capabilities. First flying past is the echelon of early warning and command aircraft. The echelon of Kongjing 500A early warning planes and J-16 fighters, and the echelon of Kongjing 600 early warning planes and J-15T shipboard fighters.
So planes with the big dishes on them are AWACS,
the development and
which means they're big radar planes.
Domestically made early warning aircraft
basically
has remarkably improved in PLA's capabilities in command and control, early warning and detection, and coordinated strike.
Now approaching is the echelon of special purpose aircraft. Under the escort of J-16 fighters, White 9 anti-submarine patrol aircraft, electronic reconnaissance aircraft, and radar jamming aircraft form the 3V formations. The deployment of the various types of special purpose aircraft has significantly increased the PLA's abilities in maritime and air reconnaissance, patrol and surveillance, and electromagnetic neutralization.
This is very similar to the U.S. These planes, U.S. has similar anti-submarine planes, and they're also prop-driven planes like this. See, we have this. The P-3
Closely
Orion.
following is the echelon of transport aircraft. Y-20A transport planes and Y-20B transport planes make up two V formations and are flying in a combat mode. new type,
These are cargo
multifunctional
planes.
transport aircraft equipped with new domestically made engines, feature long flight range, high loading capacity, and high speed.
These are big boys.
With the capacity of long-distance strategic delivery, they have carried out multiple major missions at home and abroad.
Nobody has, very few countries have these kind of planes. The U.S. obviously is far and away the #1 heavy transport country. The Chonkers.
Now flying over is the echelon of bombers composed of 3 V formations that consist of H-6N strategic bombers, H-6K bombers, and H-6J bombers.
Whenever somebody uses the phrase strategic bomber,
As
that means
a major
a bomber
force
designed.
in long-range strike.
A strategic bomber is designed to drop nuclear bombs. If you hear the word strategic to describe a military force, that means nuclear weapons. 99% of the time.
Now flying over Tiananmen Square is the echelon of 3 Yunyou 20A airborne refueling tankers, which are ready to refuel H-6N bombers, J-16 fighters, and J-20 fighters. The deployment of domestically made refueling tankers has enabled China's fighter planes to operate long-distance flights.
Got an in-cockpit shot. Was that a lady pilot? Of course. China has been feminist since Mao.
Now approaching are 2 V formations of fighter jets that include J-16D, J-20, J-35A, J-20S, and J-20A.
Oh, wait.
With the fielding of multiple new type stealth fighters, the PLA is speeding up the fighter jets upgrades.
This is what she made me, chat. Nice. Thank you, Vio. Oh, I missed the planes during my autism.
Now, above in the sky is the echelon of carrier-based aircraft composed of 2 V formations of J-15DH, J-15DT, J-35, and J-15T carrier-based aircraft. From ski jump takeoff to catapult takeoff, and from a single type to multiple models, China's carrier-based aircraft has undergone a leapfrog development.
I hope you tried some. It's really good, Chad, but I'm definitely the only person who could eat this.
Last flying past is the echelon of trainer aircraft.
Now, I know a lot of you are going to be like, Mike is white, you know, he can't handle it. Go ask Vio. Go ask Denims. Who can handle spice the most? Go ahead and ask them. Go ahead. Let's see. Hi.
He can't handle it. Don't listen to him. He's lying. Watch. He's going to start crying eating this. No, I'm good.
Chat, I actually did a hot, I did the hot chip challenge already. I also did the hot ones as well with Nessawa. So 1 million Scoville doesn't matter. These were the planes I think that the Pakistan military uses.
7 J-10 aerobatics planes staged an aerial display of 14 colored smoke trails, symbolizing the 14 years of war of resistance against Japanese aggression and the bright prospects of over 1.4 billion Chinese people striving for national rejuvenation.
You know, I've lost some weight. I plateaued for the last couple weeks as I'm lifting more. All right, chat, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We went an hour long just to watch the Chinese military parade. Thank you so much for hanging out. Stay safe out there.
All markers fall out.
I'll see you all soon. Here's all my links. Make sure you check out my new videos. Solidarity forever, my friends. And I hope this proves to you, socialism will win.